Naruto Uzumaki had a problem. He realized this early in life. Everyone seemed to speak in some code he simply couldn't understand, not fully. Like there were nuances or something he just couldn't grasp. People made no sense to him. And yet, they fascinated him. He watched people a lot to see if he could find a pattern, and while he sometimes thought he did, it was never as consistent as he'd like it to be. Confounding people were. What made matters worse is that these people, for a reason he hadn't always known, simply didn't like him. When he was 7 he asked a local shopkeep why he gave the young blonde such dirty looks, why everyone did. Granted, the Uzumaki didn't phrase it the best when he asked, "What's your deal?" The gentleman was startled that the notorious child would speak to him directly and so bluntly. "Nothing's my deal, leave," said the shopkeep, which caused Naruto to turn his head sideways in confusion. "Yes, there is. You dislike me, but I've never done anything to you. I want to know why." This caused the man to get nervous. He'd love to tell the kid that he didn't dislike him as he was afraid of him. He didn't think the kid was the fox, but how could a small child truly contain it? What if he got hurt or upset or even died? But how can you handle being afraid of a child? Even as a civilian? Dislike, disregard and ostracization was better than feeling fear. But he couldn't say that, couldn't admit his shame. He'd die doing it, so he simply brushed the small child away with his broom and closed his shop for the rest of the day. He'd drink all night, trying not to think about the unfairness of being feared and having no idea why. Naruto asked several more people that day and got the same answer. His Aji-san told him to stop asking the people as they wouldn't say. He also said he wouldn't say. Naruto realized he was beaten but decided to extract a little sweetener if he wasn't going to get his answer, a favor from the Hokage. Because Naruto didn't get people, if he wasn't people watching, he spent much of his time either reading or playing/training in the forest. Books made sense. Nature made sense. People, Naruto would argue vehemently, did not. And it was this lack of understanding that had him, initially, do so poorly in school. The young Uzumaki wasn't dumb, he just didn't see the point in how the academy taught. They tell you to read a book and then present the same information to you in the same way as the book did. How is that learning? It's memorization, and it bored him. Iruka-sensei fussed at Naruto a lot to try harder. Naruto argued he would if they'd actually teach something useful. As far as Naruto was concerned, what passed for explanations were piss poor. The perfect example would be the clone jutsu. Naruto couldn't perform the clone jutsu. He knew it. Iruka-sensei knew it. His class knew it. When Naruto sought advice, he only got claptrap about lack of chakra control. Just improve your chakra control, Naruto. What does that mean? The better you control your chakra, the better you can perform your jutsu. But what does control mean? Is there a unit? How many units of chakra does the clone jutsu take? You just have to feel it, Naruto. You've been an utter disappointment. The unknowing Jinchuriki said, and Iruka watched the 8-year-old walk out of his classroom. Naruto would face similar trials. His taijutsu was okay but limited because he didn't have a training partner and developed bad habits because of it. The skills he could develop without help were some of the better of the class, not the top but not middle of the pack either. An 8-year-old Naruto had planned to resign himself to being a stranger in a strange land for forever, to never fully understand people or their things. Until, one day, Iruka-sensei gave a brief demonstration of basic Fuinjutsu. The blonde was instantly hooked. He couldn't explain it, but it just made sense, the symbols and how they flowed and the end product. He needed to learn that art. He even called in his favor from Aji-san to do so. Now, Naruto, you must be extremely careful with even the basics of Fuinjutsu, and your calligraphy must be perfect. If I see you being irresponsible, I will take your materials away until you mature. Define irresponsible, Aji-san. Attempting things you haven't properly prepared for, rushing through the levels when you have firmed up your skills. What if I demonstrate the required skills through some sort of project or test before I move to another level? Naruto asked. That would be sufficient. Then we have an accord. The blonde said, reaching out hand. The aged Hokage smiled as he shook it. Naruto had a slightly elevated speech pattern as refined his skills through reading aloud. As the subjects increased in difficulty, it shaped his word selection. One last thing, you can't skip the academy no matter how interesting you find Fuinjutsu. Hiruzen said and cackled at the boy's pout. He'd had that issue early on and knew to stipulate Naruto's continued attendance or the boy would just pursue his interests relentlessly. The day Naruto got the 10,000-page volumes on Fuinjutsu, several guides on calligraphy, and the calligraphy set was life-changing. He made steady progress for the rest of school year with his chosen topic. He'd basically foregone doing anything but the bare minimum as far as bookwork went, but still did well on the practical exercises. Iruka-sensei wasn't happy but couldn't do much as the Naruto did the bare minimum as well. He'd managed to make it through the first 2 volumes by the end of the academy year, progressing by 1 volume every 2 months. Hiruzen remained impressed. The first 2 volumes were the basic of basics, seal recognition, the foundational languages of seals for the first part, culminating in the storage seal. The second was an introduction in synced and localized reactions, i.e. explosive tags, as well as building multifaceted arrays. Naruto got a warm feeling when his Aji-san praised him. When he asked what that meant, his Aji-san said it was likely a mixture of several emotions. That when someone was praised it made them feel proud and acknowledged, the feeling increasing when someone close to them did so sincerely. It was the first time Naruto realized you could feel multiple emotions at once. He realized that complicated his theories on why people reacted the way they did, as he was making erroneous assumptions on their emotional state. He'd have to return to the drawing board. When the summer break occurred, Naruto was able to make significant leaps in his sealing abilities, which lead to the increase in many of his other skills. As the summer break approached, the blonde knew there were many things he wanted to get accomplished and without a plan he'd be inefficient. His Aji-san stressed the importance of efficient working habits, to maximize productivity. Naruto, trusting his Aji-san, read several books on project management. He first identified his mission, which was to find a means to address as many deficits in his shinobi skills as possible. First and foremost would be chakra control. In order to do this, he had to figure out why his chakra control was so bad in the first place. He'd find his solution through seals. Volume 3 of his Fuinjutsu books was about manipulating chakra networks. This volume demonstrated how chakra suppressor, paralysis seals, shock tags and even resistance seals worked, how they connected to the chakra system and the effects on the body. The volume included a detailed diagram of the chakra system along with the placement of every tenketsu. Volume 4 included the beginnings of barrier and other security seals, include methods to detect chakra and motion. Naruto finished them the first month of his break, and as they inspired him he didn't move on to any other volumes. Naruto was determined to fix his chakra control. He experimented with 12 different designs, with dozens attempts at each, before he found a satisfactory sealing array to measure chakra. He was fortunate his Aji-san participated so he'd have a comparison. The blonde was surprised when his chakra reserves were comparable to his Aji-san's and realized that was not normal. When he learned that, he immediately went to the library to read up on chakra networks, and it didn't take long to find that one's chakra network expanded as one aged/trained and chakra capacity expanded with it. He reasoned his network simply wasn't mature enough to handle his chakra, and control exercises wouldn't fix that reality. Naruto realized his reserves were basically flooding his network. He needed to find a way to direct the excess chakra away, find a method to expand his network so it could handle the flow of his chakra or both. As the blonde sketched ideas about a supplementary chakra network, he ran into a serious problem: there would be no way for him to apply this kind of seal onto himself. Another issue was the giant, complex seal found on his stomach. It wasn't until he ran to his Aji-san would he find a solution for one by discovering the other. Hiruzen had no visible signs of distress as his favorite blonde calmly inquired about the seal on his tummy. He sometimes forgot Naruto was a container, a sacrifice, as he only saw his surrogate grandson. That the boy was generally low maintenance aided in that. If he asks a question, give him the information or cut a deal and Naruto would go on about his day. But the boy could be unpredictable. His early isolation made it difficult for him to express his or accurate gauge other people's emotions. He often had to verbalize how he was feeling and be told directly how others would as well. Outside of the guilt of Naruto being affected in such a way, he simply didn't know how the boy would handle the information. He may accept it with no problem or it may overwhelm him. Hiruzen didn't want to take the chance, so he did something that should have been below the god of shinobi. He bribed the Uzumaki with a jutsu if he waited until he graduated to find out about the seal and didn't attempt to decipher it. I need a semi-autonomous clone. You got anything like that? All corporal clones could fit that description, Naruto-kun. What's the best clone jutsu? Best is relative to the situation. In aim or kiri, the water clone is handy and not taxing. The stone and mud clones are durable. Are they all elemental clones? Aji-san. No, there is another. It is quite taxing on one's chakra. Chakra I have. True. I know I'm going to regret this, but I will teach you the shadow clone jutsu. But Naruto-kun, you are to never send your clone to school for you. Why would I do that? Wouldn't learn anything if I did. The clones transmit their memories and any unused chakra back to their creator once dispelled. Oh, this sounds like the greatest jutsu ever invented. My sensei would likely be honored. You think so? Hiruzen said as he ran his hand across Naruto's hair, causing the boy to smile. He likely could handle Naruto's nature so much as it mirrored Tobirama sensei's. He'd spoke often about Tobirama to Naruto, partially to reassure the boy that he could be a great ninja even with his quirks. The two traveled to a private training ground where Naruto would learn what would be his signature jutsu while enjoying a brisk fall day with his favorite person. It would be 2 weeks before the start of the winter break before Naruto completed his supplementary chakra network seal. His clones painstakingly drew it on his body, having to draw very small seals on many of his tenketsu. It was a 5-hour process and he was glad he'd paid attention to the meditation unit at the academy. He may have loved to read, but he was still energetic and often had to run around or train before he could really dig into his materials. The clones activated the seal and it hurt for several seconds, but the pain subsided after a few minutes. Naruto sat in the lotus position and did the chakra circulation exercise. He was amazed at how much more fluid his chakra flow was, how he didn't have to fight to direct it. He could feel the artificial network aiding in guiding the chakra. He performed that for an hour before attempting the clone jutsu. His clones still weren't right, but there was progress. Naruto concluded he'd still have to work on chakra control. It just wouldn't be as hard, nor would the ceiling for how much control he could obtain be really, really low. Over the break, Naruto would assign several clones. His Aji-san limited him to 5, to chakra control. They'd place leaves everywhere on their bodies for as long as they could. Naruto decided to tackle another problem. He'd noticed the clan children were starting to pull ahead in taijutsu. Naruto could best most of the non-clan children, but he'd struggle with all of the clan kids, except the Nara, who wouldn't even try. This was not something he was happy about. He didn't want others to do poorly, but he wanted to win, to be better if not the best. His Aji-san said that was a sense of competitiveness and rivalry. He said those were fine in moderation, that if Naruto ever felt he'd do anything to win against his comrades he'd gone too far. That, trying to be the best is fine, but he shouldn't look down on others or forget that ultimately they were on the same side. It was good to have a label on the emotion and to know it should have limits. But knowing what motivated him wasn't going to fix his problem. He spoke with his Aji-san at length about it. He didn't like the academy style, it felt too stiff and basic. Aji-san chuckled and said it was basic, that was the point. He said the academy library had access to different styles but Naruto should have a general idea of what kind of style he wanted. Naruto nodded but frowned. Learning a new style without direction would lead him to a similar problem he was having now. Naruto and his clones would think on the problem the entire night. A solution wouldn't present itself until dawn. The difficulties of self-teaching a taijutsu style is not knowing if the kata are correct and habitualizing mistakes or gaps in form. But he had no dedicated teacher nor family to aid him. That thought caused him discomfort but he ignored it. What he needed is a method to drill perfect form into him without needing someone to watch over him. Seals were going to be the solution. If, Naruto thought, he could create a seal that could record movement, it'd be a start. He could then build an array that would use those pre-recorded movements as the baseline. As Naruto worked through the kata he could have a slight shock to alert him he'd done the movement wrong. No shocks meant he did it right. This would be a highly advanced application of many of the techniques found in security seals. It'd be difficult but Naruto was confident he could figure it out, he'd only need to find someone good enough and willing to be recorded. And while that would solve one problem, it wouldn't be enough. Perfect kata doesn't make one a perfect fighter. He would still need someone to train against. As winter set in throughout Fire Country, Naruto started the next volume. He'd practiced his calligraphy every day and would have his clones reread the other texts as he absorbed new information. His Aji-san requested he remind about art but wouldn't explain why. The fifth volume was an introduction to intermediate sealing theory. It included new languages, ideas about chakra and a start on log and algorithms. The volume also discussed how to translate various elements of ninjutsu into fuinjutsu, focusing mainly on infusing elements into barriers and ideas on how to suppress jutsu. It was difficult for the Uzumaki, and he had to consult many outside texts and his Aji-san, but he managed to work through it in 3 months' time, finishing right before spring. The sixth volume was focused on application. Techniques on increasing the speed. One wrote, how to write on the move. How to etch seals into hard surfaces, such as rocks or foundations, to increase their stability. The technique, called chakra engraving, allowed for a concentrated microblade of chakra to be made via a conduit. Chakra etching was rare because it took a long time compared to the ink-based or the materialization methods, but they were longer lasting and more secure from outside influence as it took another etching to interact with the seal. It also required a good bit of chakra control, more than the leaf sticking exercise would grant. Luckily, the volume included directions on surface and various iterations of water walking. It would take a month and many complaining, freezing clones to master all those exercises. But it was worth it in the end as Naruto had taken to using senbon to etch and would do it for fun on the weekends. By mid-May, the 9-year-old Uzumaki had gotten his motion capture array down. However, it would end up being a small part of his overall development. He showed his Aji-san and explained his idea. He even had the style picked out. It was pancake silat, a style mostly practiced by the southernmost tribes during the warring clans era. It was rarely practiced now, but his Aji-san knew someone that was familiar with it and agreed to request the Jounin's help. Naruto met the Jounin a week after the summer break began and the man was unusual. "Hello, you must be the most youthful Naruto-kun." The bowl-cut, green-wearing Enigma shouted. Naruto was located on the Hokage's private training ground. It had several clearings, a large pond and even some rock formations, but was mostly obscured by extreme tall trees. "Hi. Although, I'm not the youngest in my class, so I'm not the most youthful," Naruto answered. His Aji-san stressed the importance of being honest outside of ninja missions. "Ha ha ha ha, youthfulness is not about age, Naruto-kun. Even our August Hokage is alight with the flames of youth," Guy said, and then adopted a nice guy pose. Naruto wasn't taken aback by his enthusiasm, it found it interesting. "So, a metaphor?" "Yes, exactly." "Oh, okay, then. Should we get started?" I don't want to take up too much of your time. Yosh, let's get started. Naruto put the sealing tags on any point of articulation on Guy and then activated the larger seal he had the Taijutsu master stand on. He then watched, amazed, as Guy went through every kind of strike and juris found in the discipline. Seeing the style in action reassured Naruto he'd selected correctly. It could be fast, flexible and unpredictable. It used the entire body for offense and defense while incorporating grapples and takedowns. The blonde was also amazed by Guy's abilities. The man just breezed through the exercises. Naruto was so focused on Guy he didn't even notice his Aji-san arrive along with a small monkey summons. When he got Naruto's attention, the Uzumaki was elated. His Aji-san called it, and even more so when he explained he wanted his summons to record some Byakugan forms. Specifically for a quarterstaff, as it seemed to fit Naruto more, and also for rattan sticks that were used in Eskrima. Naruto wasted no time getting more seals ready for the summons, a white and gray-haired male named Yubu. After Guy finished performing the training guides, Naruto thanked him and went to set Yubu up. He may not be able to expression it fully, but you've made him extremely happy, Guy. Thank you. Hiruzen said as he watched his summons and his surrogate grandson interact. It was the least I could do, Hokage-sama. And while I'm not expert, Naruto-kun seems to be something of a prodigy when it comes to Fuinjutsu. I would have to agree. I went from worrying he'd fall out of a tree in some remote section of the village to him blowing himself up. Rambunctiousness is a feature of youth. I know, Guy, and I'd never begrudge him it. It makes him happy and he is progressing rapidly. Now, if I could only get him to apply himself in school so everyone else would know. Is he not doing well? He does as well as he wants to do. He feels that much of the information the academy teaches is irrelevant. He argued once that if he were expected to memorize the names of the Hokage there wouldn't be so many books in the library about them. Guy chuckled at that. Excess of information must mean it isn't worth retaining for longer than you need it. The argument has a certain amount of logic to it. Oh, I know. But I don't want him walking around without common sense or basic facts, so I just asked him to do it for me and he complied. Well, I must be off Hokage-sama, but I created this exercise regimen for Naruto-kun, so he'll get the most out of his new Taijutsu style. Thank you, again, Guy. My pleasure. Guy's workout plan presented Naruto with another problem. Naruto wanted to get the most out of the routine and not push himself too hard, as he planned to use a modified resistance seal that went up percentages instead of full levels. But how could he track his progress in a precise way and chart his development? And to do so in a way that wouldn't require clones and a lot of equipment. He instructed his clones to think up a solution, all 10 as his Aji-san let him increase his maximum. When he woke up the next day he was surprised by their solution. He'd need books on medical ninjutsu and genjutsu to make it work. He decided to leave that to the clones and let them do most of the legwork. He loved working on Fuinjutsu and reading new stuff, but he simply felt it best to leave it to the clones while he trained his physical skills. Not just combat but also trapping and tracking, as it had been introduced during the most recent term. After applying the resistance seal, Naruto would wake up and run every morning. He'd alternate between normal and ninja running. He'd then do some stretching to increase his flexibility and some strength building exercises, various types of push-ups, for example. Next, he'd roll out his seal and practice Taijutsu and Byakugan. He'd spend 2 hours on each, alternating days between staff and Eskrima work. Except for Sundays, that would be his day of rest. He'd hunt and forage for his lunch and take an hour break after. Then he'd practice his shuriken jutsu for an hour. He'd utilize kunao, shuriken and even senbon since he had them for etching. He'd do another round of stretching and then a cool down run before returning home for a shower and an afternoon of relaxation. That was how his summer went, and besides for practicing chakra control or sparing him, his clones were dedicated to solving his latest problem. They were lucky to find what they needed at the library, and the answers came from the same clan. Tsunade Senju for the medical part, Taka Senju for the genjutsu. And Naruto was lucky as both books healer and fighter, a combat medic's journey and forest for the trees, illusions, and you included the types of jutsu Naruto needed and additional exercises and ideas to improve chakra control. The next year went much like the previous. The 10-year-old Uzumaki trained and studied, making time to visit his Aji-san and have ramen from the nice Ichiraku people. He started winning, occasional, against the clan heirs, and even tried a little more in the theoretical segments. It got Iruka-sensei off his back, and Naruto decided that was enough of a reason to do so. The only person he couldn't beat, yet, was Uchiha Sasuke. The boy just fought like defeat was death, and Naruto got the impression the last Uchiha didn't see his classmates as future comrades. His Aji-san said the boy was lonely and in pain. Naruto didn't disagree, but his eyes reminded him too much of the villagers at times, and Naruto didn't want to deal with him any more than he had to. The Uzumaki slowly made his way through Volume 7. It was about linking and merging ceiling arrays, how to make different arrays compatible enough to be merged, or how to build the bridge if they weren't. It also focused on other methods of activation like timers or changes in weight or temperature. There were several non-chakra methods to activate seals. Experts could even use emotional states to activate a seal. Since this book included even more advanced symbols and sealing languages, Naruto had to work slowly. He also didn't want to divert the attention of his clones, who were making steady progress. Slow, but steady. The school year focused more on soft shinobi skills like infiltration and information gathering. Iruka-sensei spoke about being able to adopt different persona to fool others and what went into making a believable cover story. Iruka-sensei said the henge was a good short-term solution, but most shinobi could see through it. That didn't sound right to Naruto, and it would plant a seed in his head for his first original jutsu. It was the middle of July. Under the shade of a large tree, Naruto Uzumaki almost vibrated with excitement. It was finally done. He was ready to activate his creation. If one were to see Naruto, they would see him staring at a bracelet of beads, black with orange symbols. Nothing really stood out about them, but that was only a trick. Naruto pulsed his chakra into the first bead and felt chakra feed back into him. It lit up for 1 minute before the invasion of chakra stopped. Naruto then fed chakra into a second bead, and then a screen of information only he could see emerged. It had his height, weight, blood type, chakra characteristics, and other information provided by the most basic diagnostic jutsu. Naruto wanted to chart his progress and knew he needed detailed information about his body to do so. That's why Tsunade's book was so important. Taka's book allowed him to feed that information into a genjutsu-like projection, one only the person attuned to the bracelet could see. Naruto then pulsed chakra into the third bead and then took off. The third bead was a modified tracking seal. It would tell Naruto how far he ran and how fast. The diagnostic bead would keep track of his vitals and oxygen levels. There were 8 beads in total. One was a protection barrier he could erect at any moment. Another a compressed storage seal. Not every bead was currently marked, and Naruto was just so happy he got his year-long project to work. After his workout, Naruto looked at the information provided and smiled. He had his resistance seals off and now had a baseline. He decided he was going to really push himself these last 2 years in order to be as prepared as he could be. Naruto ran home and took a shower. Once he was out, he put on some olive cargo shorts and a blue shirt with a white spiral at the center of his chest. His clones handed him another beaded bracelet and he slipped on his blue sandals before darting toward the Hokage Tower. Because he didn't have his resistance seals reactivated, Naruto managed to move at an impressive speed. He followed proper etiquette and was granted access to his Aji-san. The Sandaime was curious what had Naruto so excited, and became even more so when the boy handed him a bracelet and commanded he put it on. Hiruzen did, trusting the boy. Aji-san, I got it to work. My project. I even engraved it myself, so I made you one. What does it do, Naruto-kun? You have to sync it to your chakra so no one else can use it. Then pulse it into those 3 beads. Then you'll see what it can do, just don't fight it. Hiruzen quirked his eyebrow but did as the boy said. He felt the chakra invade his system but knew it was his own, so he was confused. Once it stopped, he repeated the process and felt another invasion and then saw his own vitals. He dismissed the view and activated the other beads, a storage seal and a tracking one meant to chart progress from training. The Hokage was near speechless. I am so proud of you, Naruto. This is amazing. Naruto felt a familiar warmth bloom in his chest and it intensified when his Aji-san hugged him. He liked it. For the next 2 years a few things of note occurred for the Uzumaki. The first was making his first friend. It happened while he was training. He heard someone making noise and went to check it out. It was his classmate, Hyuga Hinata, and she was crying. They'd never really interacted before, outside of him stepping in when she was getting bullied once. He didn't even know she was getting bullied, she just looked pained by what the boys were doing and wanted to understand why they were doing it. They were weirded out by his questions and left. He just shrugged and left as well. His Aji-san once mentioned people sometimes like to be held or hugged when they cry. He said he did it with his grandson Konohamaru when he was a baby. Naruto figured if it were good enough for him it might work, so he sat beside her and put one arm around her. She flinched, startled someone would touch or comfort her. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked, and the question surprised her. He was honestly asking, as if he truly didn't know the answer to the question. She shook her head no as she tried to gather herself. "May I ask what happened?" "My Aji-san says talking helps." "I'm a failure." "Oh, in what way?" "As an heiress, in my family arts. My father doesn't find me suitable." "Is he right?" Naruto asked, and Hinata flinched again. He was confused. To fail would seemingly be pretty objective. He wondered if she were given nebulous parameters. "Hi," she whispered lowly, wanting to curl in on herself. "Then change it?" he said neutrally. Normally, one would feel judged, but Naruto said it so blankly Hinata was more confused than offended. "If you failed, then there is a standard. You have to find out why you don't meet the standard and then create a plan to achieve your goal. It's how I started challenging the clan heirs when we sparred. I'm not strong like you, Naruto-kun." She'd seen the boys' improvements over their time at the academy and it seemed to be continuous. "No, I don't imagine you would be," he said, and she felt her heart ache. "You're strong like Hinata. So, you should build on that, not try to emulate some else." She chuckled when he nodded his head, sagely, after his words. "I train every day and I don't know if you'd be interested, but if you want to join me sometime and spar or whatever, I'd do that." "Why?" "My Aji-san said we're all comrades and should be willing to help each other. Also, I don't know why, but I don't like seeing people sad, it feels wrong. Also, failing at something is just a chance to succeed next time. I fail a lot because I try a lot." So, you're a proud failure." Naruto smiled, "I think I like that." Just as he finished, he saw Akunoichi appear before them. She had black, wavy hair, red eyes and a bandaged dress. Naruto could only come to one conclusion, one he spoke with zero shame: "You're uncommonly attractive." The yet unidentified woman only smiled at the boy's forwardness. She'd heard about the Uzumaki and knew he meant nothing by it, only that it was true to him. "Thank you, Uzumaki-kun, but some women might get offended if you compliment them so boldly without knowing their names, at least. So, introduce ourselves and then tell you." Maybe. It depends. Besides, if word gets around you call women attractive and you don't do it for some, they'll be offended. So, some will be offended if I do and others if I don't. This is confusing. I'm going to have to ask Aji-san about this. Well, I need to go, I'll see you around, Hinata. Bye, Naruto-kun. Hinata, Kurane started. What your father said, it isn't true dash. Yes, it is. But it doesn't have to stay that way. After that day, the two trained together 3 times a week and because each other's best friends. Naruto was always honest with Hinata, willing to help her overcome any problem she identified and believed she could succeed. He could be blunt and awkward but she simply learned to speak his language. He had his own form of kindness and caring. Naruto got a different perspective on emotions and why people act the way they do. He'd never heard of shyness before Hinata, for instance. She also helped him with the ethics of creating and performing the sexy jutsu. The second significant thing is Naruto completed the other 3 Fuinjutsu volumes. Volume 8 was on Juinjutsu. How to create them, how to counter them. It also included how to expand and condense arrays, how to see full arrays without activating the seals and methods of seal concealment and cloaking. Volume 9 was about space-time Fuinjutsu/ninjutsu. Mostly it covered summoning and advancing storage seals to create stable pocket dimensions, but it led to Naruto's next project and the third significant thing. Volume 10 was about materialization as well, learning to create complex seals on the fly from all the elements that had been covered. This volume really leaned on the creative aspect of sealing, how all the languages, symbols, and other information was the same. It was up to the Fuinjutsu user to make it something unique. His Aji-san was so proud of Naruto for completing all the volumes and he promised he'd get Naruto certified as a sealing master as soon as he graduated. The tests Naruto had to take were the official tests, but he couldn't certify the results until Naruto was a shinobi. Naruto was hesitant. Hinata explained that one to him, as he saw how happy his Aji-san was, but he had to ask the question. It startled the Sandaime so much he asked Naruto to repeat it. Is Yondaime-sama my father, Aji-san? Yes. Hiruzen knew he could have lied, but lying would have risked their relationship. He decided to trust Naruto instead. I didn't tell you because your father had so many enemies, Naruto-kun, and they would love nothing more than to get revenge by hurting you. I'm sorry I had to keep that knowledge from you. Did my mom and he, did they love me? So very much. You'd never seen 2 people more excited about being parents. They'd be so proud of you, Naruto-kun. Both were masters of Fuinjutsu and would be delighted you continued your clan's specialty. I'm an actual Uzumaki. Yes. Kushina Uzumaki was your mother. Hiruzen watched as Naruto processed the information. He shifted through several faces and Hiruzen felt the need to ask, Naruto-kun, how are you feeling? I don't know. Like I miss something I never had. Wistful, Naruto-kun. It means yearning or longing, that's what you're feeling. Oh. I don't think I like it. I think it's making me sad and I don't like that either. Hiruzen went and hugged his grandson. I know, my boy, I know. But even negative emotions should be felt as they are a part of you and can help you grow. It shows even if they were taken from you so early, you 3 were bonded and that goes beyond life and death. Don't let your emotions control you, but don't deny them either. They make you human, they make you real. He felt the boy nod his head against his chest as he rubbed his back soothingly. The 2 would speak about his parents, Naruto enraptured by the details. Hiruzen promised to start funneling his inheritance to him as soon as he opened up an account at a shinobi bank, but made it clear Naruto was to tell no one until he was at least a chunin, but preferably a seasoned jounin. Naruto agreed and they party company, the boy seeming lighter. The final significant event was Naruto learning what he contained. It felt weird, knowing what so many people were afraid of, that he and the seal couldn't really hold back the Kyuubi. It also felt weird knowing his dad did it and his mom was once a Jinhuriki, the term his Aji-san used. Aji-san said there was little choice and it would have been dishonorable to select another child. He said no one knew of Naruto's status until the age of 3 and he promised if he ever discovered who leaked it he'd murder them where they stood. Naruto told him it was okay, it was good to know. He didn't feel much in the way of negativity. The people hadn't been very welcoming, but there wasn't much to do. Besides, he had Aji-san and Hinata and even Yui-san. That proved he could make connections. So, that's what he'd do. As Naruto sat beside Hinata, reminiscing about the last several years, he barely noticed Hinata take a seat beside him. He smiled at his friend, acknowledging her arrival, and she smiled back. Hinata had changed over the last 2 years. She was still quiet and reserved, but not as shy or insecure. They had fought and struggled but gained a sense of confidence in herself. She realized there was no magic to improving oneself. It was just hard work. And while she may have been easily discouraged in the past, she was not afraid of hard work. She just had to realize there wasn't some personality trait she was lacking. Every day she, with the help of her friend and her caretaker, she pushed herself. The developments hadn't gone unnoticed within her clan, even if her father hadn't recanted his previous statements about her overall worth. "Hi, Naruto-kun," she said. The Hyuga heiress was wearing a two-tone lavender jacket, blue pants with matching sandals. She wore her headband around her neck and her hair was to her shoulder blades. "Good morning, Hinata," Naruto said. He'd also allowed his hair to grow out, the spikes staying as prevalent as before, two framing his face and hanging over his headband. He wore an orange and black jacket with a red Uzumaki spiral on the back. His paints were black, as well were his sandals, those coming up to his shins. Naruto still wore his beaded bracelet at all times. Hinata wore hers as well, the beads an indigo color with white irises patterned throughout. He'd given her the collect of seals 6 months ago as a token of their friendship, and she treated it like the most precious of jewels. After the brief greeting, the two sat in silence, observing the classroom and waiting patiently. Their silence was ruined by two newly minted kunoichi charging in, arguing about who would sit next to Uchiha Sasuke. The two continued on until Iruka-sensei yelled at them to take a seat. They did, but not before Sakura glared at him and Ino winked at him. Naruto simply waved back, really not understanding why Sakuran-san was so mad at him. Soon after he turned 12, he told Sakura, Ino, and Hinata that once they all reached sexual maturity he would be willing to engage in sexual acts with them, as they'd likely be very attractive. He didn't think it was a big deal since it was 4 years away. Sakura-san freaked out and tried to hit him, which she failed to do. Ino laughed and said he was much too forward. Hinata blushed and explained it was indecent to make such an offer with girls he barely knew. He ahh'd and never brought it up again, but Sakura-san has had a sincere dislike of him ever since. "Now, I will announce your teams, do not interrupt me," Iruka-sensei said and began listing the teams. Some distance away, Hiruzen shepherded Kakashi through Naruto's apartment. It was a decent-sized apartment for a child. A living room with a red couch and chair. A coffee table and television. There was also a desk in the corner with books stacked on it. There was also a weapons stand containing a wood quarterstaff and 2 rattans. The kitchenette had a standard 2-sided sink, stove/oven, and shelf space above and below the counters. Kakashi rummaged through the shelves and the fridge. He was mildly surprised at what he found: fruits, vegetables, nuts and recently hunted game. Dairy products as well. The cabinets had instant ramen and granola along with necessary pantry items to cook. Not what I'd expect from a lifelong orphan. He asked me to teach him how to shop when he read a book about shinobi diets. Why did you need to come along with me, Hokage-sama? You wouldn't have gotten in otherwise. Hiruzen said and saw Kakashi's disbelief. He's finished all 10 of the Fuinjutsu volumes. Tested and passed each exam. He's a certified seal master. The dog summoner hid his shock well. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Kakashi? Hi. Even if he should fail the test, he has to be a shinobi. Too much potential not to. Yes. Also, he knows about his parents and very likely knows or will know you were his father's student. Great. Anything else I should know? You know about how he processes and shows his emotions, yes. The Jounin nodded. Then, that should be enough to go on. Okay, I should have enough to go on. I will depart, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen nodded and Kakashi left. Hiruzen did as well and felt the security measures return as soon as he closed the door. He took one last look at the door and hoped he'd made the right decision. As Naruto was in the top 10 of the class, he shouldn't be on Kakashi's team, but he felt he owed the young Jounin. Hiruzen hoped he hadn't done right by one party only to do wrong by another, and dreaded the reality that only time could tell. Kakashi arrived to the training ground and expected all 3 of his potential students to be hungry and irate. 2 were, though only the girl voiced her displeasure. So much for the shinobi rules. Kakashi thought. The blonde was fine. Which could only mean one thing. You ate, didn't you? Hi. Even though it went against my orders. Bad orders, Hatake-san. Kakashi simply smiled, then retrieved 2 bells from his pocket. You have 1 hour to obtain these bells. The one who doesn't get sent back to the academy. How is there a 2/3 RD's fail rate if 2 of us can get the bells? Naruto wondered. The others likely would have as well, if not hungry and anxious. Something isn't right here. You may begin, stated Kakashi after setting the timer, and 2 of them went to hide. The one remaining was the Uzumaki, his face neutral. Shouldn't you be hiding? No, from the shinobi tactics book I've read, hiding is unsound. You have what we want, you have no reason to pursue us. Our inaction benefits you. And as we had no agreed upon plan or even rendezvous point, the other 2 didn't retreat with the goal of working with me or each other. The copy ninja said, but he couldn't disagree. While he would go after them, if this were a real-life situation he'd have no reason to do so. He pulled out his book to read, hoping to get a rise out of the blonde specifically, or one of the others. It didn't work. To his confusion, the chibi yondaime threw a purse of Ryo coins at him. Jounin Hatake Kakashi-san, I would like to enter negotiations for your services. Oh, and what would you like me to do? A retrieval mission. When? Now. Can't, busy. Can I have a bell? No, sorry. If you want one you'll have to take it. Sasuke and Sakura both thought Naruto was an idiot for trying to bribe their sensei and avoid putting forth any effort. They saw Naruto touch one of his beads, and then kunao and shuriken started coming from nowhere, all aimed at Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi saw the weapons and decided to perform a quick substitution, but as soon as he gathered the chakra it dispersed and he felt himself go rigid. The projectiles passed right through him, they were simple clones. He saw the blonde rub his chest. Pleased. I think this is pleased. Hatake Kakashi-san, please give me the parameters of the real test. Kakashi said nothing but inwardly was impressed. The bells are clearly for the taking, Naruto-kun. Hi. They are also a decoy, at least to some extent. Now, please explain. Sorry, no can do. I could beat you until you did. Trust me, kid, you don't have the skills nor the time to break me. Yeah, I figured as much. Must be teamwork then. Since the state objective is false. You clearly aren't testing us on ruthlessness. Also 2 bells, but 2 will fail? The math doesn't shake out. Well done, Naruto. You want to release me? Not until Sasuke and Sakura grab the bells. When Naruto said that, his teammates came from their hiding spots and did exactly that. Naruto ended the seal and Kakashi could feel his chakra flowing again. How did you do it, Naruto? It was smart staying here so late, but 2:30 AM simply wasn't late enough. I prepped the field after you left. How did you trigger it? You didn't emit any chakra. Didn't need chakra. Naruto said, and Kakashi thought quickly, reaching the conclusion at speeds only geniuses could. He realized Naruto used a pressure trigger, the coins was likely to make up for Naruto not knowing his specific weight. The chakra for the substitution was the final activation. Kakashi had been led around by the nose, by a fresh from the academy genin. That was embarrassing. Well, you are team for a probationary period. Why a probationary period? Sasuke asked. Naruto broke the test. You know what to do, so there would be no point in retesting you. Be back here tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp, Kakashi said, shining away afterward. Way to go, idiot. Yeah, thanks, dummy. I'd prefer you not insult me. I don't like it. Besides, neither of you knew the secret of the test and I have no reason to assume you would have figured it out. I will see you tomorrow, Naruto said and then departed. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura could argue with his statements. Kakashi arrived to the Sandame's office, being granted immediate entry. When he walked in he saw a room full of Jounin and the Sandame all smirking at him. He then saw the crystal ball on the Sandame's desk and slouched. Team 7, provisional pass, he said, and everyone started laughing. It would be a long time before the copy ninja lived down getting subdued by a brat. Kakashi Hatake had been regarded as a prodigy, a genius for the majority of his life. Many assumed that made him arrogant, but he'd lost far too much in his life, failed too many times to ever buy into his own hype. He wasn't without pride, however, and his yandame chibi stomped all over it as if their roles were reversed. Currently, he was siping at some sake at the Rusty Kunao with some fellow Jounin. His debrief had been short. The Sandame had been entirely too satisfied that his surrogate grandson managed to beat the bell test. 3 generations previous hadn't managed it. Kakashi had even said as much. The Sandame merely chuckled and agreed with the provisional promotion. It didn't affect much, but if there were any major problems he could demote the other 2. He would have gotten any of us, Kurane said to the copy ninja. She could empathize. She'd fallen into one of Naruto's well-crafted traps before. She was lucky the only witness had been Hinata. Uzumaki-kun is a prodigy. So is the Uchiha, so was the Hyuga last year. They still couldn't have beaten the bell test. Asuma observed, and Kakashi shook his head at the man's short-sightedness. Even Kurane had a bit of a scowl. Neither of them are masters at their craft, either. The name has lost meaning, as everyone that can scribble a half-decent explosive tag calls themselves seal masters, but Naruto is the real thing. Sandame Sama told me as much, but I gave the kid time to plan and free reign over the field of battle. I assumed he wouldn't forego a night's rest or have enough time in the morning to trap the place. Kurane assumed Naruto likely used shadow clones and hadn't sacrificed any sleep, but if the blonde hadn't revealed the technique yet, she wouldn't doubt him. Besides, Kakashi would need to test their actual skills anyway. She smiled, wondering how many problems Naruto would give Kakashi. The notorious lazy Jounin was in for some interesting times. After the test and the poor responses from his teammates, the blonde Uzumaki decided to walk around for a bit. He liked making plans while he walked. The training grounds weren't like the forests he'd play in as a child, but they were close enough to give him a similar feel. Now that he was a recognized seal master, it was time for him to pick a specialization or 2. Being a master didn't mean he knew all there was to know, that was impossible. But he knew enough that no subfield should be beyond his grasp with dedication, and he was at a sufficient level to truly contribute to the field, offer something unique. From what his Aji-san gave him, his parents had pretty divergent interests, though it also showed him in a strictly Fuinjutsu fight his mom would paste his dad. Why did he think that? Surely the power of the Hiraishin could overcome anything she'd do, right? Wrong. His mom specialized in barriers. I now control all around you, fear me mortal type barriers. She'd even had the designs for one that could neutralize space-time techniques. He was happy his Aji-san gave him their notes and work. They'd stored copies in the Hokage vault as they wanted the knowledge to live on, and for future Hokage to gift those worthy with their knowledge. Naruto would certainly learn from his parents, With his shadow clones he had no reason not to. But he wouldn't claim their areas as his primary specialization. While he was impressed, if not awed by his parents and what they could do, his Aji-san had always been his hero. And the longest-serving Hokage always wanted to protect his people to the best of his ability. Naruto wanted that as well, and the series of beads on his left wrist would be the foundation. He'd never give anyone but his closest friends and family those seals, but he could build on them. Naruto wanted to be the first Fuinjutsu systems specialist. He wanted to eliminate the reliance on carrier pigeons, on paper files, on things that could be stole or interfered with. Instead, information would be accessed by chakra and or biometrics, the information only seen directly by those with access. Distress calls immediately relayed to the Hokage, amended orders sent back just as fast. It would revolutionize information storage and transmission. Infiltration and espionage would evolve as well. If it worked, Konoha would be safer. The Uzumaki decided he'd start on the communication parts first. Some segments of it would be easy. A shared mass storage scroll that could transport items is something he's already done. It was a matter of perfecting seals that could project sound waves, internal thoughts, or displays that could transmit the written word that would be difficult. There was issues of formatting, stability, and even range. It would not be fast, even as his Aji-san had doubled his maximum clone usage again, but it would be worth it. Naruto was so lost in thought he didn't realize he'd stumbled upon someone else's training grounds until he heard the booming voice. Most youthful Naruto-kun, good day. The three genin of Mato Gai were surprised when the blonde didn't even flinch but responded calmly. Hello, Gai-san. He then looked around. Have I interrupted your training? If so, I apologize. Allow me to exit. Hold on, you're that kid. Tenten shouted, surprising everyone as she rarely raised her voice. Oh, Tenten-san, hello. Naruto said with a small smile. Don't just say hello to me after what you did. She yelled back. What did he do, Tenten? Lee inquired, hoping it wasn't something unyouthful. He offered to have sex with me. This confused the males of Team Guy. Once we reached sexual maturity. You're very pretty now, I imagine you'll be even more so in a few years. I didn't realize it was indelicate to offer until my friend, Hinata, told me it was. I apologize for the offense. Naruto said, and then giving a short bow. You apologize for the offense but not the offer? Tenten asked in confusion. No, I'll still sleep with you once we're older. I'll just present it more appropriately in the future. He said with a nod. Hinata once remarked that it isn't always what you say but how you say it. Presentation of an idea or sentiment matters, and if done incorrectly people will overlook your intention. Tenten could only stare at the little pervert in confusion. He was so honest and respectful about everything he said she felt odd getting overly mad about it. Besides, it was something of a compliment and he had intended on it being years in the future. She just couldn't wrap her head around all of his, but she saw her sensei signing he'd talk to her about it later. You know my failure of a cousin? Niji asked. Yes. The boy responded neutrally. So, you agree that she's a failure and will always be one? I would hope so. Naruto said. The boy looked confused at Naruto's words. You don't have to hope, it is her fate. The gifted and the failures are chosen at birth, though I am curious as to why you'd wish such a fate on her. Niji had no real opinion of the Uzumaki. He'd seen him around but never spoken to him, feeling that anyone that chose to spend time with Hinata must be as useless as she, but he'd heard the boy was favored by the Sandaime and even Hayashi-sama seemed to respect him, so he was ambivalent. Failure in practice allows for growth. My Aji-san said you learn very little from always doing something correctly. Innovation often emerges out of one learning from their mistakes. Besides, isn't the point of training to push past your limitations? It doesn't matter how hard she tries, she will never amount to anything. It has been decided. Naruto considered the boy, his blue, emotionless eyes staring into the Hyuga's own. Naruto was silent for several moments and then responded. This has no basis in empiricism. And then turned and walked away. Once Niji digested the blonde's words, he became red with anger but would have felt like a fool to yell at someone walking away from him. It was not what a proud Hyuga would do. He promised to school the rookie on the ways of fate sometime soon. What the absolute hell? Spoke Lee, no youthfulness in his voice. He was too confused to be youthful. Never had he seen someone dismiss Niji like that, nor hit on Tenten. Who was that guy? That was Uzumaki Naruto-kun. Newly minted genin. He's had a difficult life and it resulted in him having a unique way of understanding things. From what I understand, Tenten-chan, he truly meant no offense. Maybe not, but he's still a little pervert. Probably. Guy said with an unyouthful shrug. Naruto gave no greater thought to his run-in with Team Guy as he ran to the shinobi archives. The building was quite plain, looking like many other in the village. He entered the doors and traveled through the foyers until he reached a staircase. He traveled down into the bottoms of the building and traversed another hallway until he came to a set of double doors that were locked. A seal was located on the left side of the door frame, which Naruto put his hand on and pulsed his chakra. The doors opened and he was greeted by the resident archivist for the Fuinjutsu section. The room beyond the doors lead to several hallways, some only accessible by the archivist herself. The walls were eggshell and the lighting gave the feel of sterile hospital rooms. Good afternoon, Naruto-sama. Kaoru said. Kaoru was a middle-aged woman of average height and build. She had black hair with streaks of gray strewn throughout. She wore a standard chinin outfit of a blue shirt, green vest, and blue pants. Her shoes were open-toed with a slight heel. Officially, she was a career chinin, but she was actually a long-serving umbu that was selected to guard some of Konoha's most valuable knowledge instead of outright retiring. Naruto squinted and turned his head to the side. He'd never been called Sama before. Only his Aji-san, Hinata, and Ayame-san called him Kun, so this was a bit confusing for the blonde, and Kaoru picked up on that. I call you Sama because seal masters are highly regarded in Konoha. This goes back to our alliance with the Uzumaki clan and has only increased with their destruction. Many in the know will have great respect for what you've managed to accomplish, Naruto-sama. Oh. He said but hesitated. Yes. I don't know, I normally ask my Aji-san about this stuff. I don't mind you calling me Sama, but I also wouldn't mind you not calling me that. Does that make sense? Hi. Some people aren't much for formality. It may be that. Or you may not feel you've earned the honorific. Both are possible. Do you have a preference for what I call you? The archivist asked, and Naruto gave it a moment to think. No, whatever you are comfortable with. I will keep that in mind. Now what can I do for you today, Naruto-sama? Aji-san said it would be okay for me to leave clones here to study, and I would like to do that now. He has informed me of this, yes. What would you like for me to pull for you today? Space-time Fuinjutsu. I will get right on that. There is a private room just down that hallway. Kaoru pointed to the hallway to her left, and to the right. I will bring the materials right along. Thank you, Kaoru-san. His Aji-san had told him who would be helping him, so there was no need for formal introductions. The archivist nodded and walked to the hallway behind her. Naruto summoned 15 clones and had them go to the room as directed. He then made his way to exit. He had a few other things he wanted to do today and trusted his clones would be diligent in their pursuits. Naruto made his way up the stairwell, this time going up the second floor. He entered the door to what was the genin part of the shinobi archives. This exchange was much faster. He'd already put in his request for what he wanted. While a part of Naruto wanted to learn more ninjutsu, only having one additional to the Academy 3, he thought he should wait to see what his sensei was going to teach the team. Heitake sensei was the copy ninja, Surely he'd leave them with a solid assortment of ninjutsu. However, there was one such jutsu that was necessary, as he'd have to travel across the village at a moment's notice. That is why his Aji-san cleared him to learn the Shunshin. When he was told, he felt excited and told his Aji-san as much. The kind Hokage smiled and said young ninja often enjoy learning new jutsu, it was normal. The second item was a book from Naruto Uchiha called, Truth of Illusions. He'd read and reread Toka Senju's book and a few other guides available to academy students, though all were less helpful than the Senju's tome. He was hoping this book would further increase his knowledge of the illusionary arts and yin release. Naruto reasoned that his information transmission seals would have to be good at utilizing yin release, as it was chakra formed, or coded, to deliver information. He'd done well thus far with his fun beads, but he would need to get better to do more. There was also the reality that anyone the least bit chakra sensitive could tell he had a lot of it. He hadn't learned to repress it much, just enough to not alert the animals he hunted. But that would be his trick. If people felt his chakra, they would never assume he could perform genjutsu, and by the time they realized it, it'd be too late. His Aji-san once said deception is a game of layers within levels. A shinobi should be slow to assume but quick to verify, and Naruto Uzumaki would not be an average shinobi. While Naruto had spent time with Yui-san during his joint training with Hinata, it felt wrong to lean on her expertise, as she was contracted to aid Hinata, not him. He also had nothing to trade, or so he felt, and wouldn't initiate a transaction on those terms. When he started taking missions, he hoped to get a moment of her time then, when she was free. He got his materials and left the building, intent on getting some lunch. He'd cracked open his book, reading as he walked. He'd managed to avoid most obstacles, but, unfortunately, another distracted individual crossed his path and toppled over Naruto as she was moving quite fast. He was startled by being crashed into by a much taller person, the book pressed against his face so he couldn't see anything. Swiftly he was yanked up and back on his feet. Shit. Sorry, Gaki, I didn't see you there. The woman said. Now that Naruto could see her, he didn't mind her being on top of him so much. She had purple hair, tied in a ponytail, a tan trench coat covering a mess shirt and orange skirt, held up by a blue belt. She was very appealing, though Naruto made sure not to say as much, however he didn't need to. Anko noticed him checking her out. Like what you see, Gaki? Yes. You're very appealing. He didn't offer it, she asked, so he didn't go against Yui-san's advice. Ah, do you have a crush on Anko-chan? You're a little young for me, stud. Crush? As in infatuation? Not currently, Anko-san. And as you said, our age differences would be untenable now. However, I do reach sexual maturity in roughly 4 years, and from my understanding, relationships with significant age gaps are not frowned upon under those conditions. Should I develop a crush, then it would follow I'd pursue you, if you desired as such. Anko looked at the boy, wondering if he was serious or being funny. His face showed no signs of deception, he was almost too sincere but unaffected by her teasing. She was not used to this. Not at all. 4 years is a lifetime for shinobi, but I tell you what, if you grow up real nice and strong, I'll consider it. Anko finished with a wink. She was not expecting the Gaki to hold out his hand as if he wanted her to shake it. I believe those conditions are reasonable and feel we've reached an accord. Anko took his hand, too off guard by the kid's manner. Sure. They ended the handshake and started toward their respective destinations before the Gaki called out again. Oh, could I draw you sometime? Sketching had become another hobby. After reading so much about art, he got tired of being passive. When he showed his Aji-san some of his earlier work, looking for criticism or tips to improve, he was provided with it. It was weird, his Aji-san had a small, crooked smile the entire time but wouldn't tell Naruto why. Trying to get me nude already? Anko shot back. Only if you want, but it can't be a mission. Aji-san was pretty explicit about that. Delayed my sexy jutsu because of it? What? This exchange is starting to hurt my brain, Gaki. I'll see you around about the art project, okay? Sure. The name is Uzumaki Naruto, by the way. I know, Gaki. She said and shunshined away. Naruto wasn't surprised she knew, people tended to know who and what he was. Shrugging off the interaction, Naruto went to Ichiraku for lunch and indulged in several bowls of ramen of various types. Feeling sated and leaving a generous tip and sincere thanks, Naruto departed to his next destination, Yamanaka Flowers. As he entered, he saw the clan head behind the counter. Good AF Uzumaki, he said tersely. Hello, Yamanaka-san. I am here to purchase a plant. Oh, trying to seduce someone else's daughter? No, sir. I've not been giving any orders to seduce anyone. I'll likely be a Chunin before then. Inoichi knew of Naruto's condition and had studied it for years. It was hard weighing that knowledge with his overprotective father instincts kicking in. What was worse is he didn't know if the kid was oblivious to why he'd be cross with him or just couldn't give a shit. The mental jutsu specialist was about to respond again but was stopped by another entering his shop. Hi, Dad. Ino said her back to operator and patron as she'd opened the door with her back. When she turned to face her father she noticed the blonde Uzumaki in attendance. And hello, Naruto-kun. Inoichi frowned even more. Hello, Ino-san. San? You should call me Ino-chan, we're friends. We are. Naruto said, turning his head to the side. He didn't think they were, they rarely spoke in class and never outside of it. Of course, silly. Ino, didn't mean a word of it. She often found the fellow blonde, blunt, and a little awkward. But Naruto's offer gave her a plan B in case she couldn't land Sasuke. Naruto just shrugged, not fully buying it but figured they could become friends in the future. Didn't you come here for a reason? Inoichi questioned, rather rudely but Naruto paid it no mind, simply handing the man a slip of paper. I need that. Inukai took a look at the paper, nodded and then headed to the back where his inventory was located. What are you getting, Naruto-kun? A gift for Hinata. Oh, am I already that far behind? Naruto squinted at her in confusion. I don't understand. Well, you're giving Hinata gifts, what about Ino-chan? Oh, I just discovered we were friends today and I don't know what you like. Naruto then thought about what his new friend might want. He was getting Hinata a gift because her clan didn't offer much in the way of praise or encouragement, it was just criticism or the lack thereof. Since Ino-chan wanted a gift in the similar spirit, he was running down examples of times he's seen people be encouraging or offer praise and then he was struck with inspiration. Without a hitch, Naruto walked over to Ino and kissed her on the cheek. Congratulations on becoming a genin, Ino-chan. The Yamanaka heiress was caught off guard, she'd been teasing the Uzumaki, though she realized he seemed to be immune. She didn't expect him to just raise the stakes of their little game. What was she supposed to say to that? Inoichi returned with the requested item, potted and ready for transport. Naruto paid and left, bidding both Yamanaka a good afternoon. Inoichi noticed Ino was quiet and slightly blushing. Ino-chan, what's wrong? He kissed me. She whispered, absent-mindedly so didn't notice her father get a murderous glint in his eye. Ino left the shop to go home planning to turn the tables on the crafty Uzumaki. Naruto made his way to the Hyuga compound, after making 5 clones to practice the Shunshin. They ran back to training ground 3 and Naruto approached the large and ornate dwelling of his friend. The guards allowed him through, used to his presence. After several months of training together, Hinata's progress and emerging confidence were not able to be denied. Outside the religious zealot Naruto met today. When they realized the parties that were helping the heiress tap into her potential, they became accommodating of her caretaker and partner. Some even questioned why it took two outsiders to have this effect and if Hayashi's, and their, methods were not as foolproof as they assumed. Naruto waited in a general meeting area, a place they used to receive guests. It was paneled with rice paper, a very simple room. Hinata arrived, and greeted Naruto with a smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun." "Hello, Hinata," he said and smiled back. "I wanted to give you this as congratulations for passing Yui-san's test," Naruto said as he handed her a plant. "It's just like Uki-san," he supplied afterward. "It is, thank you Naruto-kun. I hope I can be as good to it as you are to Uki-san," Hinata replied, having known about Naruto's plant/pet for a while now. "Do you have time for a spar?" "Hi. Okay, let me put this in my room and we can head over to the dojo." Hinata left for her room and returned several moments later sporting an ash-gray training gi. The duo tracked over to an empty training room, one Hayashi had freed up for them whenever they wanted to train. After closing the sliding door, Naruto performed a series of hand seals and a seal on the floor lit up briefly. Hinata took her position and smiled, adopting the classic gentle fist stance. Naruto walked over toward her, stopping at roughly 7 feet from the heiress. He got into his stance, his knees bent and feet not quite shoulder length apart. He was bent forward, slightly, at the waist and his hands were up. He was turned sideways to limit the targets. The Uzumaki started to inch closer to Hinata, gradually closing the distance. Hinata chose not to give him the opportunity and charged forward, a palm thrust aimed toward his shoulder. Naruto slid his back foot behind him and bent backward as well while using his front hand to slap the blow away. He got it off course enough to dodge it and retaliated with a middle kick from his back leg. Hinata jumped back and Naruto's kick missed her entirely. Because his momentum wasn't that great, Naruto was able to stop the kick and replant his leg, instead of needing to fully follow through, and was able to get back on defense. It was fortunate as Hinata took the opportunity to go on the attack. Hinata charged and dipped low, attempting to sweep Naruto's leg. The Uzumaki lifted his front leg, avoiding her sweep, and her next using her opposite leg. He couldn't dodge nor block the spinning back kick that hit him in the stomach, sending him sliding away from her. Hinata pressed on, planning to give Naruto no quarter. Naruto sent chakra to his index and ring fingers as well as his thumb, creating a makeshift fulcrum with his right hand. Naruto spun and instinctively went for a double leg takedown. It surprised Hinata as he slipped under her planned offense and took her down. Hinata and Naruto's sparring matches often devolved into grappling sessions. Hinata's striking ability, once her self-doubt was removed, was just very good and Naruto often selected to go to his advantage. This led to Hinata studying a grappling discipline herself, Jujutsu, and with her natural grace and flexibility she was very good at it. She closed the gap between her and Naruto as he'd managed to do the same with his stand-up. As such, Hinata was not overly concerned when she was taken down, having managed to avoid giving up the full mount position. Naruto slid into side mount, his body perpendicular to hers, and grabbed her wrist. Even when on the floor, allowing a Hyuga the full usage of their hands was a terrible mistake. Naruto was attempting to set up a Kimura lock but had to roll off Hinata to avoid a knee to the side of his head. The Hyuga heiress rolled over and returned to her feet, once again pressing the action. Naruto stayed low as he ducked and dodged her palm thrusts and finger pokes. He saw a gap in her offense and raised up swiftly, attempting to clip her with his forearm. Hinata swayed backward, which left her unable to defend against his clinch or the knee to the body that followed. Taking advantage of her bending forward, Naruto attempted a fireman's carry as one arm went between her legs and he tried to shift her body weight over his back, around his shoulder blades. Hinata recognized the attempt and rotated, instead using her legs to wrap around Naruto's neck from the back as the two rolled to the ground. Naruto got untangled from her legs and grabbed the kick that followed his exit. He then noticed, Hinata had toenail polish on. A deep blue, it looked nice. So distracted he almost didn't duck under the kick aimed at his head. He didn't expect Hinata to land on the leg that attempted to kick or for her to make another attempt, landing it in his chest. He was take off his feet and had a finger pointed to his temple before he could recover. "I win," Hinata said with a smile. Naruto only nodded, the pain in his chest making it a tad difficult to breathe, but it was subsiding fast enough. Both walked over to a side of the dojo, off the sparring mats, and took a seat. As was their ritual, both synced their funbeads and began to rewatch their spar. The seal Naruto initially activated was a modification of the motion capture, and Naruto found a way to relay the information to one of his funbeads. Since Hinata had the same seal, they could see the same recording, but only they could. They would watch their spars and pick out their flaws as well as their improvements. Hinata noted Naruto needed to work on his footing more, and he agreed. Hinata needed to work on managing opponents that shifted levels often, her assumptions being on people standing upright. They picked out other things as they neared the end, and Hinata noticed something. "Naruto-kun, what distracted you when you caught my kick?" "Oh, your nail polish. Don't ever recall you wearing any. It looks nice on you." "I don't normally. Kurane-sensei and I went for a quick pedicure as celebration for becoming an official team." "That was very nice of you, I-san." "So was your plant, Naruto-kun." "I really like it." "Thanks." "Hinata, I have a question." The era simply nodded, and Naruto knew it was okay to continue. "Well, when I was buying your gift today, Ino-chan came and said we were friends and I should call her Chan. And before that, this woman and I accidentally ran into each other and she called herself Chan. I don't really feel all that close to them, not like you, so can I call you Chan?" Hinata smiled at her friend's request. It was very Naruto-kun. "Of course. I didn't know Ino-san and you were chummy." "I didn't either, she just announced we were in her family's flower shop." "Oh," Hinata said, but resolved to have a talk with a certain Yamanaka about taking advantage of her best friend for whatever reason. "Would you like a second round?" "Hi." The two returned to the mat and squared off, neither aware they were being observed. It'd been a long day, the days were seemingly getting longer and longer for him. He hated still being in the chair, the weight of so many still on his shoulders. He'd contemplated how to get his wayward students to return, for one of them to take the chair. If he were 20 years younger, he knew whom he'd groom for the position, a boy that had the will of fire, almost in utter defiance of reality itself. He cracked a brief smile thinking about his favorite blonde. He may not be his official student, but Naruto had grown a lot from what little Hiruzen had managed to give him, soaking up every morsel of wisdom to the best of his ability. He looked at his funbeads, a marvel of fuinjutsu and imagination. The contraption had motivated him to start training again, and he could see the difference. And to come from a child, to seamlessly blend other shinobi arts into his ceiling. It was worthy of praise, and while Naruto was proud, Hiruzen got the impression he didn't really get how major his creation was. Hiruzen twisted a bead between his index finger and thumb. Maybe this would be what brought them back. Jiraiya loved sealing, the chance to impart his knowledge to his godson and to see something legitimately new would stoke his curiosity. As for Tsunade, she'd be harder but not impossible. Could she turn down seeing a fully functioning auxiliary chakra system in practice? How her basic of basic diagnostic jutsu was applied in a way almost no one had considered? With the funds and bodies available for a real medical ninja program, the allure of an advancement of medical ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, she couldn't resist the siren call for long. He promised to get to work on his notices to recall them both in the morning. He was tired and wanted to spend some time with his other grandson. Just as he was wrapping up, he was alerted he had a visitor. He could tell by his assistant's tone it was Naruto, and he was more than willing to make some time for the blonde. The newly minted genin walked in and greeted Hiruzen with a, "Hi, Aji-san," as was usual, and took a seat. Hiruzen greeted him back and waited. "I have a couple of questions, Aji-san, they should be pretty quick." Of course, Naruto-kun, how may I help? How do you know if you're developing a sexual fetish? Hiruzen could only palm his face and sigh. This boy couldn't be boring even if he tried. Hiruzen took a moment to gather his thoughts. The vibrations he felt, from the suppressed laughter of his umbu, didn't help matters. They'd often been witness to Naruto's unique brand of Naruto-ness and often found humor in the boy's innocent and blunt manner. But this was something else. He cursed not having Biwako here as she helped him have the talk with each of his boys. He looked at his surrogate grandson waiting patiently for a response and sighed internally. Why do you think you're developing a fetish, Naruto-kun? Hinata-chan and I were just sparring and I was distracted by her toes, they were painted and I thought they looked nice. I almost got kicked in the head because of it and I figured that might be a sign of something. Well, Naruto-kun, you are getting to that age where you are starting to notice people you are attracted to. That often includes various features. It doesn't really rise to the level of fetishism and you won't know you have a genuine fetish, instead of just a preference until you start having sex. Which you should not, you're too young. Of course. I give it until I turn 16. I've already asked 4 girls if they'd be interested. Hiruzen could only quirk his brow at that. How'd that go? I think I got 3 maybes and a no. Sakura-san seemed really put off by the idea. I think Tenten-san just didn't like the presentation. Naruto-kun, some might find such explicit requests objectionable. I know that now, Hinata-chan informed me as much. I think I should have asked her first, then I could have amended my approach. You could have simply not done it. How will girls know I want to have sex with them in the future unless I tell them? Naruto said as if his grandfather figure was being ridiculous. Just always remember, if they don't seem interested, don't pressure them or continue to pursue them, okay? Hi. Why do I have to wait to know if I have a fetish? Hiruzen really wanted this part of the discussion to be over but answered the boy anyway. While the colloquial meaning has changed, by the strictest definition a fetish is a sexual obsession that presents the only method of climax for the person beholden to it. Now, my second question. I'm still having some trouble with my footwork, do you know a method of how I can improve it? I actually do. Training Ground 27 has a series of poles high off the ground with just enough room for your feet. They also tend to sway in the wind. Practicing your kata on them will help improve your balance and footwork. Do be careful, though, the falls can be painful. Thanks, Aji-san. Anytime, my boy. I'm actually glad you stopped by. I'm going to be calling my students back in the next day or two. Do you think you could create a multi-tiered encrypted message for one and the diagnostic bead you made for me for the other? Hiruzen asked and then saw the internal debate going on. I know you said you wouldn't just create them for anyone, but seeing as how her book helped you make it and it'll stoke her curiosity, I was hoping you'd make an exception. Okay, Aji-san. But I'll put a clone on that one. That's fine, I'm sure the craftsmanship will not suffer. What should the message say? Hiruzen only smiled. Team 10 were at their training grounds awaiting the arrival of their sensei. Each had gotten there early, having it drilled into them they should always be there before their sensei/superior arrives, as it shows they are serious and dedicated. Shikamaru was watching the few clouds in the sky, the sun having only arose barely 2 hours ago. Koji was munching away on some chips. Ino was silent and pale, holding a bento box as if it were an explosive tag. Her entire vibe was off. Asuma immediately noted his lone kunoichi didn't seem right and wanted to know why. Ino, what's wrong with you? And nothing, I'm fine. She wasn't. She could shake the visitor that paid her a visit as she made her way to the team meeting. Just thinking about it sent chills up her spine. Good morning, Ino-chan. The Hyuga approached her fellow heiress and hugged her, holding the bento box in one hand as she did. Ino was surprised. Hinata really wasn't that expressive nor affectionate. Hi, Hinata. Ino said, still in the Hyuga's embrace. When she tried to break it, Hinata held tighter. I don't know what your game is, Yamanaka, but if you hurt Naruto-kun, I'll ruin that pretty face of yours. Since you claim to be his friend, you better act like it. This is your only warning. The Hyuga whispered, and then for punctuation pulled Ino's head down and kissed her forehead. I made this for you, have a good day, Ino-chan. She handed the lunch over and walked away, saying nothing more nor looking back. Ino only managed to breathe a minute after Hinata was out of view. Asuma didn't believe her, but he also didn't want to delve into her weirdness. He wasn't paid enough for that, so he just moved on. I want you guys to start warming up, we'll train for a few hours and then take some missions. He heard all three grumble as they began their routine. Over on Training Ground 3, Provisional Team 7 sat waiting for the arrival of their Jounin sensei. Suzuki was content, staring off into space in silence. Sakura alternated between watching him and groaning about Kakashi being late. Naruto was occupying himself with the encryption seal his Aji-san wanted. While he was no fan of his Jounin sensei's tardiness, Naruto had already gotten a brief workout in, so he also didn't mind the break. His day started at 4:30 a.m. where he awoke and created a clone. By the time he was showered and dressed, the clone had already made a light breakfast and lunch and tidied up after himself. Naruto was out the door by 5, activating his resistance seals and running full out toward the training ground his Aji-san suggested. Once there, Naruto did a series of stretches and strength-building exercises before he climbed upon the poles. He started slowly and instantly realized how this would help, as not all the poles were sturdy. Naruto worked, gently increasing his speed as he performed his kata. He slipped a few times but managed to grab a pole and not fall to the ground entirely. It was a brief session, so he only focused on his taijutsu, not knowing what Hatake sensei would be assigning them. He left that training ground at 6:45 and arrived at training ground 3, via Shunshin, moments later, but remarked the jutsu still needed some work. He'd assign a few clones to it later. He arrived first, Suzuki and Sakura arriving in tandem. After about 30 minutes of waiting, Naruto began working on his extra assignment. The encryption was meant to be a challenge for an acknowledged seal master, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Since he learned of his burden, Naruto had taken to looking at the seal on his stomach. He hadn't deciphered much, only that it was 2 4-trigram seals overlaid on top of each other to create an 8-trigram seal. It was supposed to sporadically filter some of the Kyuubi's chakra, but the filter couldn't handle much. Naruto planned to improve upon it. There were multiple fail-safes, include a key to strengthen or loosen the seal. He planned to create a key as he wasn't comfortable with someone else being able to decide such things about his seal. He also noticed 2 foreign chakras housed in the seal. But that was it, really. Naruto figured if his father could create such a seal in the heat of battle, a good but flawed seal. He acknowledged his father was a genius, so any shortcomings of the seal was likely due to the time crunch. But if his father could create a moderately advanced seal, Naruto figured the Toad Sage could handle something a little more difficult. So, Naruto was designing the seal. Not on paper, he'd only draw the seal once his plans were solidified. To most, it would appear Naruto was staring off to space, but he'd managed to alter his fun beads. Now he could project various types of information, not just his health and fitness stats or the spars between Hinata and he. Currently he was finishing the 3rd layer of the array. His seal was going to be 3 layers, each housing a distinct array. The first would be an even number seal, 2 points, the next a 5-point seal. The last wouldn't be drawn at all, but a sealing jutsu created strictly via hand seals. Each array was simple enough as they were just standard security seals. The difficult would be unraveling them, as normally odd and even seals cannot coexist. Or so most people thought. Naruto knew you simply had to add features to allow them to connect. Instead of seeing seals as 2-dimensional, he saw them as 3. A multi-story house needed steps, and his branching seals were simply the steps. The young Uzumaki didn't know he was actually doing something revolutionary, as it was simply what needed to be done for his seals to work. Once he was sure his seals would work, having gone over the elements in his projection and seeing no flaws, Naruto saved the designs and began to work. When Kakashi arrived to the training grounds at 9 a.m. he saw one annoyed Uchiha, one irate Haruno and a hard-at-work chibi. So focused on the chibi he almost missed his cue. Ma. I got lost on the road of life," he said, and added an eye smile. When he opened his eye he saw Chibi create a shadow clone, handed whatever he was working on and then walked over to Kakashi. "Hey, take sensei." "Yes, Naruto. Will your delays be a recurrent feature of our meetings? I am responsible for much of my own development and would like to establish a routine that doesn't interfere with your plans." This threw Kakashi for a loop. He'd expected some griping and some groaning but not acceptance. Chibi was confusing him. Life is unpredictable, so getting your own training in isn't the worst idea. Just make sure it isn't so strenuous you can't function at near full capacity. Matter of fact, what is your routine? He asked and was handed a file Chibi pulled from a storage seal on his wrist. "I didn't do the full regimen today, but I've also added training in Training Ground 27. Kakashi flipped through the files. It was quite comprehensive and something in particular caught his eye. "Do you still have our resistance seals on?" "Hi. Drop them for now, I'll be testing your abilities and I want an accurate measure." That seemed to spark a bit of interest in his blue eyes. "Measure? How will you be measuring us?" "With my eye, of course. We have a different understanding of measurement, Heitake sensei." Kakashi wasn't sure, but he thinks he just got burned. "Trust me, it'll be fine. Now, the rest of you, what does your training routine comprise?" "Pre-run stretching, run around the Uchiha district. Push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups. Then I run through my various kata. Every other day after the academy I change between shuriken and ninjutsu, then a cool down," Sasuke said, and Kakashi nodded and then looked to his kunoichi. "Whatever we do at the academy, sensei." He blinked and then smiled. "Sakura, I want you to start joining Naruto during his morning training. Just the academy workouts are not enough." "Hi, sensei. When do you start your training?" 5 m. "What? 5 a.m. Heitake sensei," she may have trouble hearing. I notice her voice goes up in a pattern I've yet to decipher. "Sakura-san, I know the standard Konoha shinobi sign language. Would it be easier to communicate that way?" The pink-et looked offended at the Uzumaki's words. Sasuke smirking was not helping matters. "I hear just fine. Why do you start so early?" "I have a lot I wish to accomplish." "Really?" "Because your grades weren't that good," Sakura pointed out. "Your grades were better than mine, and yet we are both genin. I am not afraid of hard work, but I am selective with what I'll work hard at." "Alright, good point. Now, before we take our first mission, I want you guys to spar with each other so I can see your skills." "What are the rules?" Sasuke asked. "Taijutsu and weapons, no maiming or killing blows. Sasuke and Naruto, you'll go first," Kakashi ordered, and watched as the two boys entered their stances. Sasuke's was a familiar one, but Naruto's was not. While it was noted in the file the Sandaime gave him, Kakashi still didn't know the form. He was confused when he saw Sasuke go on the offensive. His was a counter-attacking style, but he quickly reasoned the boy was used to being physically and technically superior to his classmates. Kakashi observed that might be a habit in need of correcting. Sasuke was technically proficient and with decent power and good technique. He could see, however, the boy was getting frustrated as Naruto simply remained on the defensive and avoided or blocked all of the Uchiha strikes. After an extended exchange, Sasuke disengaged and created some space. "Heitake sensei, have you seen enough of Sasuke's skills? Can I attack now?" Kakashi simply nodded and witnessed Naruto unseal two metal rat hands, holding each one in a separate hand. Annoyed by his performance and alerted by Naruto's request to attack, Sasuke decided to go on the initiative. He ran towards the Uzumaki again and tried to punch him with a straight right. He received 2 strikes, one just above the elbow and another above the knee, from the same rattan as Naruto circled away from Sasuke's strike. Without pause, Naruto used his other rattan to strike Sasuke's tailbone, causing the boy to bend backward in pain. Now fully behind Sasuke and not wasting any time, Naruto aimed for a high kick for Sasuke's left temple. Only Kakashi's superior speed and reflexive saved Sasuke from getting knocked out. Seeing how close he was to getting kicked in the head, Sasuke went wide-eyed for the briefest of moments before he turned and glared at Naruto. "You were never that good at the academy." "That is incorrectly, Sasuke-san," he said, putting his foot down as Hatake-sensei finally released his leg. "No, it isn't. You couldn't beat me when we sparred." "I could have if I'd undid my resistance seals." "Then why didn't you?" Sasuke asked, getting annoyed. "Because I would have beaten you due to being physically superior. I wanted to improve my technique, and since the academy is meant for training and wins or losses didn't really matter, there was no point to decreasing my burden." "So, you were holding back the entire time?" Sasuke asked in mild surprise. Naruto had been one of his toughest fights and he didn't know how to feel about the blonde not giving his all. "No, only the last couple of years." "All right, you two have a seat and I'll test Sakura myself." Both boys did as instructed and watched Sakura attack their sensei. She did well initially, solid technique, but she did start to tire faster than Kakashi would have liked. After a few minutes her form started getting sloppy, so Kakashi called a halt and had her sit next to the boys. "As each of you know, this is a probationary team. I have until the completion of our first C rank to determine if we remain a team. While each of you have a solid base to build on, my primary focus will be teamwork. Drills, formations and the like. Until I am sure you can function as a team, I won't increase your skills you may use recklessly. Now, let's go get a mission," Kakashi said and walked them to the mission assignment office. As they walked through the village, Kakashi was ever observant. His kunoichi was trying her best to speak to the lone uchiha, but the boy wouldn't budge an inch. He'd have to work on that, on both ends. It wouldn't do for her to pester Sasuke, but he could open up and not be an asshole. He also noticed that neither of them seemed to be concerned or interested in Chibi. He finds that surprising given the boy incapacitated a jounin. That's damn impressive. Chibi didn't seem to mind as he was staring off in space before nodding his head at nothing and then creating a shadow clone that immediately departed. Team 7 eventually made it to the office and Kakashi selected 2 D-rank missions for his team to complete. Elsewhere, we find the Honorable Sarutobi Hiruzen hard at work on his daily briefing and other items of import. He works through the documents at a steady pace until he is interrupted by his assistant alerting him to Naruto's arrival. Momentarily confused, as Naruto should still be with his team, Hiruzen calls him in and is informed by the clone that it is, in fact, a clone. Said clone wanted to drop off the encrypted seal as well as his fun beads. Hiruzen knew Naruto wouldn't waste time completing the tasks assigned to him, but he didn't expect the boy to have an overnight turnaround. He thanked the clone for his and Naruto's work and said clone dispelled. Hiruzen then began composing the messages he'd send to his wayward students. Fortunately, he was always aware of their general whereabouts, so finding them wouldn't take overly long. He just hoped they wouldn't have a case of adult onset petulance, as he was in no mood. Hiruzen completed the individual messages and summoned 2 messenger monkeys, informing them of where they needed to go and what they needed to say. Just as his summons were departing, his door opened and an unwelcome visitor entered his office. "I don't recall giving you access to my office, Shimura." The darkness of Shinobi just sighed at the greeting. Granted, he was guilty of releasing the Uzumaki's status, he wasn't doing it to be evil. The village was floundering. People needed a pariah, as a focus on a deviant element would bring people closer together. He didn't invent social psychology, damn it. Must every meeting be like this? I could remove your head and then we'd have no more meetings. A few years ago Danzo would have chalked that up to an idle threat, but Hiruzen had changed since then, gotten his edge back. It was good for the village but not for someone running a technically illegal black ops organization. The futon master just sighed again. I am here to make a request. Oh, concerning what? A young boy I'm training, around Naruto's age. I'd like to arrange. Well, essentially a playdate. I think the two would hit it off. You must have the biggest set of balls in the elemental nations. Hiruzen said in disbelief. I tell you, if you ever approach that boy without me present, I'll kill you wherever I should find you, and years later you ask me to expose him to one of your root. Well, frankly I do, but that's beside the point. The young Uzumaki has me reconsidering some things, and I think Sai becoming friends with him would benefit them both. He's not going to fit in with that team you assigned him. You have to know that. I expect Kakashi to handle the personality clashes. You can expect gumdrops from rain clouds, but that doesn't make it reasonable. Danzo saw Hiruzen give him an incredulous look he didn't understand. What? I just didn't expect you to know what gumdrops were. Now you're just being an asshole. Hiruzen actually laughed at that. If I do this, it will be in full view of an Umbu guard. That's fine, Hiruzen. This isn't a trick. I believe the boys can relate to each other and that's all. Fine, come back tomorrow and we can set something up. Danzo nodded and left. What Hiruzen couldn't know was simply, Danzo had gotten tired. Too many hard choices throughout his life, and while he may not show it and people may not accept it, he was a firm believer in honoring those that sacrifice themselves for Konoha. It was why he respected Minato so much, even if he didn't support his appointment to Hokage. Outing his boy as a Jinchuriki was not an easy decision, but Konoha had lost something, its spirit was waning and he couldn't allow it to continue. He took a gamble and it worked, but a little too well. People were fine bonding over their fear and revulsion for the boy. He predicted that, but he didn't think it would last this long. He thought Konoha residents were made of sterner stuff and would eventually get over it or notice Naruto looked like the only other person to have his exact coloring. He certainly didn't think he'd affect the boy's development the way it had. He believed in his root training, but he didn't think it was right for everyone. That choice weighed on him. While the boy didn't seem deterred and had the will of fire as strong as any, he was missing that spark that made people truly great leaders, and Danzo didn't know if he'd ever develop it. With the boy's skills in Fuinjutsu and chakra capacity, he'd be an S-rank shinobi given time to mature, but not all S-rank ninja can become Kage, and the idea he hobbled a future Hokage weighed the man down even further. By the time of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo wasn't the same. The massacre was his attempt to be his old self. But he'd just lost the taste for it. He didn't mind guiding future ninja, training them as best he could, but he'd lost his interest and desire for the game of shadows. It just wasn't in him anymore. Sai was the last and the youngest of his recruits. He just wanted to expose the boy to something else and believed Naruto might be able to do it. The boy was capable of making friends, though he seemed to have more luck with the opposite gender. Still, each boy would be good for the other. Sai was well trained and could give Naruto a different training partner, as well as allowing Danzo to feed some jutsu to the boy. He really didn't expect much of Kakashi. The man just had most perplexing thought process. It wouldn't be much, but if he could give the boys a friend in each other, it would be a good done without the need of a sacrifice, a concept that had been increasingly attractive to Danzo. While pulling roots in the field, 2/3 of Team 7 were annoyed. Sakura hated the dirty work and doing it under the nearing midday sun. Suzuki, while no fan of the work nor the working conditions, was bothered for a completely separate reason. Naruto Uzumaki was a mystery. A boy who couldn't be bothered to do theoretical work in school but could trap their sensei in a prep-land fuinjutsu. A boy that never beat him at the academy but completely dominated him today. A boy that struggled, initially, with the clone jutsu but can make corporeal clones with no problem. And that was the source of his irritation. If you can make solid clones, why aren't you using them to speed this up? Sasuke asked, his emotional state shining through in his tone of voice. I find my pace acceptable, Sasuke-san. Sasuke-kun is right. Why not just make some clones so we can get out of here? Why should I do more work than the rest of you? Unless you are offering to compensate me. I am willing to entertain an offer. You want us to pay you? I would be doing more of the work, Sasuke-san. Isn't it reasonable I receive something in recognition of that fact? Getting done faster is the reward. Once again, I find my work rate acceptable. They are just clones, they don't cost you anything. Maybe not, but I have a resource you wish to exploit. I am agreeable to that if you have something of equal value to exchange. I'm not giving you anything. Sasuke said, offended by Naruto's reasoning. That's fine. Naruto said, never pausing his motions as he continued to work. Kakashi was overlooking the discussion from a tree and let out a soft chuckle. It was mercenary, but he couldn't fault Naruto's position. He would be doing more work and the other two just expected he'd be okay with it. He wondered what they taught at that ninja academy if the two weren't prepared to haggle and barter. Negotiation was one of the most important skills a ninja could have. Unless it was the mission, violence really was to be a last resort, though many people ignored this. He was glad one of his students understood that, even if the boy was trying to finesse his teammates. Kakashi might be zealous in his belief in teamwork, but he wasn't a mark. If the other two wanted Naruto to do more work, then they'll have to make an arrangement. Kakashi's keen senses alerted him that he had a guest on his tree branch. He didn't appear bothered, but he did check his students before he acknowledged the guest. Chibi really was adept at the shadow clone jutsu. Are you the real or a clone? Clone, hey take sensei. And what can I do for you today, clone-kun? Boss was curious about the book you were reading. What's it about? Oh, this. Adult things. Like intervillage trade during a speculative crisis? Who knew tulips could be so significant? No, not adult like that. Adult like relationships. Romance novels. I think Sakura-san used to read those during breaks at the academy. That doesn't seem very adult. Kakashi almost snorted, but snorting is uncool. However, he couldn't let Chibi think his precious Ika was like some crappy dime store romance novel. This stuff was the very height of erotic literature. Sex, chi. Clone-kun. The book is about sex. Oh, cool. Can I read it? Where could I get a copy? They don't sell these to kids. I can buy weaponry. I can make an explosive array powerful enough to level the Hokage monument. That seems irrational. Can I just borrow yours then? Ma. Why so interested? Aren't you a little young for this? For one, it is interesting enough for you to split your focus during an official mission. Additionally, research. Research. Hi. I have presented multiple women with the offer to engage in sexual intercourse. I may even get to date a kunoichi named Anko-chan. That last part made Kakashi react. Wait, time out. You asked out Mitarashi Anko? Not exactly, but she did say she'd consider it when I am older. Kakashi could only stare at the clone, wondering if he really could be this lucky. He needed to be sure. So, what about the Ika series will aid you in research? While there are guides to help perform sexually, fiction can aid in creativity. Yup, Chibi was a pervert in the making. And given his general demeanor, if Kakashi played this right, he could make his sensei's son into a cool pervert. No, Kakashi would aim higher. He would go for the very peak. His sensei's son will be a gentleman pervert. Kakashi couldn't believe it. Naruto was a once-in-a-generation find. Someone that could bring respectability to perversion. Seeing the clone of his favorite student staring at him, Kakashi spoke to continue the conversation. He recalled the boy having multiple offers out and wanted to get a feel for his preferences. So, of these offers Naruto made, Are all of them kunoichi? He saw the clone nod. Why? I could say it was proximity being around, mostly kunoichi. But more so, boss likes pretty girls that can fight. Those words triggered a long-forgotten conversation Kakashi once had with his sensei. Sensei, why do you like Kushina-san so much? She's the exact opposite of you. I wouldn't say she's the exact opposite. Kushina can be a wonderfully kind and caring woman. And yes, she can be quite violent as well, but what can I say? I like a pretty girl that can fight. You'll be the one, Chibi. I'll make sure of it. Kakashi thought as he simply nodded at the clone's words while plans on top of plans formed in his head. What Kakashi couldn't know is that his resolve sent a shiver down the backs of several kunoichi who all simultaneously had a single thought, Kakashi bastard. They didn't and wouldn't know why for days to come. 2 days later. Jiraiya was not surprised to see a monkey summons waiting for him as he walked along his path. He was scheduled to meet another contact today in a southern village of the Land of Fire. He wasn't familiar with the summons, but his sensei had contacted him like this when something was time sensitive and couldn't wait for their normal check-in procedures. Jiraiya-sama, a message from Hiruzen-sama. The black-haired monkey said, coming up to Jiraiya's knee. He reached down to the monkey's outstretched hand and read the scroll. Jiraiya, contained within this scroll is an encryption seal designed by your godson and our most recent acknowledged seal master. If you cannot break the seal by the end of today, I expect you to return to the village immediately. If you can break them, then follow the directions contained therein. If you disregard this summons or delay your return, I will come for you personally, bow staff in hand. You don't want that, Jiraiya. Trust me. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage. Jiraiya read the note 3 more times to be sure he was truly absorbing what was on the page. His godson, Minato's boy, was already a seal master? At 12? That's prodigious even for an Uzumaki. A part of him just wanted to return, his sensei's test be damned, but another part of him, the seal master, wanted to see what his godson could do. Granted, if the boy didn't specialize in encryption, he likely wouldn't produce anything that complex for a decades-long seal master, but Jiraiya would show him the finer points of security seals when he returned. The Toad Sage pumped chakra into the storage seal at the bottom of the letter and watched as another scroll emerged. Jiraiya unraveled it, truly curious about what his godson produced. He looked it over, staring intently at the design. And stared. And stared. And stared. He then looked up at the summons, then back to the seal before looking at the summons again before exclaiming. What the fuck is this? Jiraiya would spend the rest of the day attempting to get a handle on the seal's design before summoning a toad to meet his contact and charging off to Konoha. Outside the land of vegetables, Tsunade sat under a shady tree, enjoying the cool breeze as her pet pig sat in her lap. Her longtime apprentice was in a field getting in a workout. Tsunade would join but was entirely too hungover to be bothered. Yes, it was just an excuse, as she could sober herself up anytime she pleased, but when you can punch holes through mountains and lift Gamabuntas Tonto, people don't question you too much. Her relaxation session was interrupted by the arrival of a small, white monkey. Like Jiraiya, she was familiar with being approached by her sensei's summons. Normally, it was to warn her about some upcoming incident or danger that would be in an area near her, hence giving her time to avoid it. She was filled with dread that this would somehow be different. The monkey handed her a scroll and the medic wasted no time consuming her sensei's words. Tsunade-chan. The time has come, dear girl, the village needs its last senju and most prodigious medic. I have allowed your absence for so long because I knew you blamed me for your losses. I blamed myself as well. But more than enough time has passed. Not only will I be instituting your long-suggested medical ninja training program, but I have something that may interest you. In the seal contained below is the work of our newest and youngest ever seal master. Using your cousin Taka Senju's and your book for inspiration, at the age of 10 he accomplished something truly impressive. He is a genin now and I know you two could do something truly wonderful together. Untold medical breakthroughs await Tsunade. Please come home. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. P.S. Tsunade, if you should destroy the contents of that storage scroll in a bout of childishness, I will know and I will come for you. If you don't want to be dragged across the elemental nations by your pigtails, then please respect the work this young man did solely because I requested it of him. Tsunade knew it was serious when her sensei said he'd come for her personally. He'd never said that before, and even in written words she could tell he truly meant it. She performed her jutsu so she could be sober and unsealed the contents of the storage array. She saw it was 2 engraved beads on a string like bracelet. Taking a closer look, Tsunade realized they were seals. She fed chakra into one and felt a foreign chakra enter her system, but one that felt like hers, so she didn't fight it. After the seal stopped glowing, she did it for the second bead and saw her current medical information projected right in front of her. She could also tell only she could see it. Tsunade wondered how she could have possibly been an inspiration for this before she remembered the diagnostic jutsu she had in her book. It was so simply and in no way could be weaponized, but to see it utilized like this, to no longer rely on feel or intuition. It really could be a game changer if utilized properly. Tsunade made a decision she never thought she would. Shizuan, gather your things. We're going back to Konoha. You understand you are not to leave my supervision? The Umbu agent asked. He truly felt silly escorting a pre-adolescent licensed shinobi to a playdate. But Tenzo was loyal and didn't ask questions. The pair walked toward their destination, Tenzo with picnic basket in hand. He hated how his senpai was clearly laughing at him when he arrived to pick up Naruto. Hi. And this is just an informal get-together, you are meant to have fun. Hi. Did Aji-san give you answer about my request? He said you may increase your maximum to 30. I requested 40. Naruto said evenly. And you will get 30. Tenzo watched as the small blonde rubbed his chin in thought. That's fine, I only needed 25, so I still come out ahead. Aji-san should haggle more. Tenzo had to stop himself from laughing at that. If the blonde knew how much negotiation went into this arrangement, he wouldn't say that. Tenzo had literally seen less thought go into treaties. Everything was on the table, the location of the meet, the duration, pre-planned activities. Even the contents of their lunch had to be agreed upon by Sandaime-sama and Danzo-sama. It took 4 days and 5 meetings to finalize this. I'll inform Sandaime-sama of your observation. The Umbu didn't expect much of a reaction, and the calm head nod he received fell within expectation. He'd seen the boy interact with the Hokage enough to get a feel for Naruto's disposition. He rather liked how generally calm but inquisitive the boy could be. Not a fan of how interested he is in sex, especially given Kakashi-senpai is his sensei, but it could be worse. At least Jiraiya-sama isn't his master. Unbeknownst to the pair, they were being watched by the 2 men that arranged the meet. Danzo chuckled at Naruto's observation. It was very Tobirama-sensei of him to remark a party didn't maximize their advantage. It also raised a question. Can he actually maintain 40 shadow clones? He can maintain significantly more, we both worked out the math a while ago. Then why limit him? Concerns about brain trauma? No. The regenerative powers of the Kyuubi would mean he could handle a large influx of information. Worst case scenario would be a bout of unconsciousness, and we worked out a method to avoid that. Then why are you limiting the boy? More of that accursed softness. I limit him because I believe Naruto is going to change this village and the world. But we are both old enough and wise enough to know the world doesn't like being changed rapidly, especially by a child. Doubly for this child. I want him to build relationships and a reputation, so when he does turn the world on its ear, our shinobi can handle it and will be there for him. I'll admit becoming certified when he did is impressive, but he only beat Kushina by 2 years. No, he beat Kushina by almost 4 years. You can't be certified and not be a shinobi, and I wasn't going to let him graduate early. 10? He was 10. Just had recently turned 11 and Kushina was just about to turn 15. And you plan to let him outside the village? He could be promoted to special jounin right now and head a sealing division. Yes, and it would hurt his development as a shinobi. If Naruto's only true skill was in Fuinjutsu, if all he wanted to do was be a seal master, I'd make him a special jounin and let him run wild. He wants to be a ninja and getting out to see the world will do him some good. Or put a significant asset in jeopardy which would hurt the village overall. And hiding him away will do what? He's not a machine. Fuinjutsu is just as much of an art as it is a science, and an artist needs to be connected to the world. No matter how imaginative he is, if he only has to see past four walls, he'll constrain himself. The larger his world is, the large he must dream outside of it. Hiruzen argued, and Danzo let the matter drop, for now. The pair continued to watch as Naruto arrived at the designated spot, training ground 33. A wide open space, thus making it difficult for evasion and ambush. There were only a few trees scattered about, and Sai was located under the nearest one, seemingly drawing in a small sketchbook. Tenzo and Naruto walked over to greet the boy, Tenzo providing the introductions. Sai-san, this is Uzumaki Naruto, Genin. Naruto-san, this is Sai, a personal student of Shimura Danzo-sama. Both he and Sandaime-sama have arranged this informal meeting between the two of you. I have your lunch here. You two are not to leave my supervision, and if you wish to relocate you must clear it with me first. Is this understood? Hi. Hi. Tenzo gave Naruto the basket and then shined out of sight. Naruto approached Sai, sticking out his hand. Nice to meet you, Sai-san. Pleasure to meet you, Whiskers. Danzo stiffened in Hiruzen's office. For some reason he couldn't break the boy of giving people nicknames. Or commenting on the lack of genitalia of various members of Root. Fu almost gutted the boy once, if not stopped by Torun. Insult or nickname? Naruto asked, seemingly unbothered either way. Nickname. It is supposed to establish a rapport with someone. 12 steps to instant friendship. Naruto asked, and Sai nodded. I've read that one. I found it limited in its application. Oh, how so? Naruto unsealed a paper and a pencil from his mass storage funbeat and sat down, waving Sai to do the same. The book suggests giving someone a nickname, and it could potentially build a bond, but it depends on the type of nickname as well as the person assigning it and the person being assigned. I've found you have to include relational distance for the idea to work. Naruto then created several triangles, most of them acute but one an isosceles. If the 2 points at the bottom of the triangle represents how close, emotionally, two parties in a given relationship are, then this third point would represent the specificity of the nickname. Naruto spoke and saw Sai nodding along. I'm guessing since these first triangles have the points further away but the top is relatively close, that means if you don't know each other well then a nickname has to be really general. Like, Ace or Sport. But the last triangle is an isosceles. The closeness of the two members means they can be more specific about the nicknames, even using one that would otherwise be considered offensive. Exactly. I don't mind that you call me Whiskers. I've never had a nickname before, but others might bristle at you doing so when you've only just met. Sai smiled at Naruto's words. What he said did make sense, more than others. Do you read a lot of those kinds of books? I used to, since people confused me, and while it helped a little I was never able to build a grand theory. I've been unsuccessful in that pursuit as well. Have you read Tales Your Body Tells? No. It has a lot about body language and micro-expressions. It doubles as a field guide for hunter nin, so the later chapters may not be relevant. I'll have to check it out. Back in Hiruzen's office, Danzo visibly relaxed when he saw Naruto's response to Sai's nickname. Then they watched as Naruto started getting analytical over self-help books. Danzo was familiar with the concept of relational distance and could only say one thing. You are such a geek, you nerd. And where is that coming from? Relational distance. You would introduce a child to social geometry. He asked me for suggestions about shinobi tactics and multi-party disputes. Besides, at least I didn't give him a field manual for Hunter Nin. What's your ideal gift for a newborn? An otaki. At least otaki are cool, unlike those sticks you used to play with. Danzo said, annoyed. He'd never give a baby a blade weapon. Maybe a dagger once they're like 2 or 3, but not a baby. I put the fear of God into student and enemy alike with those sticks. Hiruzen not liking that response. He was a legendary bow staff wielder and in staff form was hard as cut diamond. The Umbu and Root in attendance simply couldn't believe their respective bosses were bickering like children while the children sounded like old men. Girls, increasingly. The older men heard Naruto say and realized they'd missed out on something. I don't know when it happened, but I find myself increasingly interested in them. For the purposes of procreation. Sex does play a role, but it's more, if I'm going to be in a crowd of people, I think I'd prefer there be more girls than boys. This may require further study. Sai responded. I agree. My Jounin sensei, Heitake Kakashi-san, lent me a book that might help. It's called Ika Ika Paradise. He seems to swear by it. I may have to request Danzo-sama provide me a copy. Back at Hiruzen's office, Danzo had thoughts on Sai's future request. There's no way I'm buying that boy porn. I'm surprised you let your Jounin share it with their pre-adolescent students. Do you really think I suspected I'd have to tell Kakashi not to give Naruto-kun a smut book? Why wouldn't you? You're a pervert. Jireya's a pervert. Minato probably would have been a pervert if Hurricane Kushina didn't scare him straight. And Kakashi is a pervert that's too lazy to do anything perverted. Hell, I think the majority of the reason he reads those books in public is because it takes too much effort to go home. You're too controlling and uptight. Besides, Naruto is curious. Maybe Kakashi thought the book would embarrass him and he'd drop it? You don't even believe that, said Danzo. As the old men continued to bicker, they saw the boys divulge their various interests and learned they had a mutual interest in art. Naruto also seemed intrigued by Sai's ink-based jutsu. Naruto shared he was a Fuin jutsu user, though Hiruzen suspected Danzo already told the boy that. Naruto also stated he hoped Kakashi would expand his meager jutsu arsenal. Danzo scoffed. Why weren't you giving him jutsu? He has the chakra for it. He never asked, and I wasn't in a rush to give an academy student even more abilities than he was gaining. Besides, his Fuin jutsu was supposed to offset his lack of ninjutsu. I didn't know he was going to be a master of the field so young. It's still a waste of potential. I agree. I often think how far he could take my combination jutsu technique in conjunction with his Fuin jutsu. And yet you do nothing. Do you, at least, know his elemental alignment? Danzo asked, and he saw Hiruzen have an intense moment of debate. Wind, bastard. It's wind. And before you say anything, I know you're going to use your root to slip him some techniques, but be responsible. Could you imagine what he can do if he supercharges a great breakthrough? It's the only thing I can imagine. A little property damage would be good for Kino. It'll let him exercise his talents. Just be responsible. You mean be a suffocating old hen? No, I mean don't try to teach him vacuum manipulation like, oh I don't know, tomorrow. I am capable of restraint. I just know pressure forms diamonds. Hiruzen only grunted in response. The boys ate their lunch of tempura fish, pickled vegetables, steamed rice, miso soup, and red bean buns. You really should not have included those buns, it's empty calories. You smoke all the time. Besides, who can begrudge someone a dessert? If Naruto-kun wants something sweet, he knows to eat fresh fruit. Hiruzen said, ignoring the jibe about his smoking entirely. And you call me controlling? Half the root I did have came when you banned sweets in the Umbu cafeteria. You cannot be serious. Hiruzen, I have spreadsheets, I can show you. Well, I still say it's a waste. Back to the boys, they had just finished their lunch and were washing it down with some green tea. They sat in silence for a bit before Naruto had an idea. Sai, you said you use a tanto. Hi. Do you have it with you? Would you care for a spar? Yes, I think that would be acceptable. Sai retrieved his tanto, sealed in his bag and returned. Naruto had already retrieved his rattan and fused them into a quarterstaff. It appeared as if it were always one solid piece due to Naruto's fuinjutsu. This way no one could simply break the staff apart with blunt force. The boys took their stances, Sai holding the tanto in front of him in his right hand and his feet apart and knees slightly bent. Naruto had his staff resting on his shoulders behind his head, appearing to be completely open. Simultaneously the boys charged at each other. When Sai was within range, Naruto swung the staff horizontally, taking full advantage of its reach. Sai blocked the strike with his tanto, absorbing the blow without issue, but wasn't prepared for Naruto to close the distance and unleash a palm strike to his stomach. The root ninja rotated out of the path and attempted to retaliate with his tanto swinging downward, only for it to be stopped by the metal staff. Sai watched as Naruto, now on his knees, spun to the outside of Sai and struck at his shoulder. Sai rotated once again and backed off. Naruto returned to his feet and started spinning his staff. The boys engaged once again. Hiruzen and Danzo both enjoyed watching the spar. Hiruzen hadn't realized Naruto was so adept at Yubu's style of staff wielding. He was also impressed at Sai's use of the tanto, being able to minimize his disadvantaged reach. The boys were becoming increasingly acrobatic. Danzo groaned when Naruto propped himself up with the staff behind him and kicked Sai in the chest. Oh, you remember that technique? Yes, you were quite the monkey, Hiruzen. Twisting, turning, ducking, and dodging, the boys were relentless. The spar stopped when Naruto won, Sai not knowing the staff could be separate pieces and Naruto landing some well-timed strikes because of it. He sealed his weapons back and helped Sai return to his feet before wiping some of the sweat from his brow. Just as they finished, Tenzo returned, a signal that their meeting had reached its duration. That was. I believe they'd call it fun. Sai observed. I agree. Would you like to do that again? Or well, I'm open. I wouldn't mind sparring again or some other activity. Cool. I guess we should keep arrangements between Aji-san and Danzo-san for the time being. That sounds prudent. Well, I'll see you later, Whiskers. Indeed, Sai. Unbeknown to any of the parties, Naruto and Sai's playdate had another observer. Jiraiya returned early that morning, not alerting anyone to his presence. He wanted to get a feel for his godson. Jiraiya felt the boy was somewhat reserved, but he knew Minato could be as well, so he resolved himself to open the gaki up a bit. He smiled when he heard Naruto was not only interested in girls but seemed to prefer their company in general. He'd make him a super pervert like no other. As the Umbu and Naruto were nearing the village proper, Jiraiya decided to make his entrance. Summoning a large toad, and thus generating a lot of chakra smoke, he bellowed. The envy of men, the desire of women. The strongest of the Sunin and acknowledged master of the toad arts. The legendary super pervert. The amazing and humble shinobi himself. I am Jiraiya. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya was on top a large orange toad as he stood in a kabuki pose. Tenzo was annoyed at the toad sage's antics. No one could tell what Naruto thought. That was a very elaborate introduction, do you practice it? Jiraiya fell off his toad with a sweat drop, assuming Naruto was being sarcastic. Once he got back to his feet, he took a good look at Minato's near mirror image. The boy met his gaze with no problem, as if being in front of a Sunin wasn't remarkable to him in the least. Well, do you? No, Gaki, I don't practice it. Oh, it was impressive. More so that you can just do it? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's a boring introduction though. Jiraiya, once again, assumed Naruto was being sarcastic and was sulking internally for coming off lame to his godson. Naruto was wondering if he should work on his introductions. He actually liked Jiraya's whole thing. Jiraiya-sama, welcome back. Thank you, Umbu-san. I'm actually here to report into Sensei. Figured I'd take the Gaki with me as we have business. Then I will leave him in your care, spoke Tenso, followed by him shining away. As we walk, why don't you tell me a little about yourself? Since you sought me out, I will assume Aji-san provided my professional information. Jiraiya nodded, so Naruto continued, I like reading and doing new things. I like nature and exploring it when I'm not training. I have a plant named Uki-san. My best friend is Hyuga Hinata. I like Iruka-sensei but not his reluctance to instill my suggested changes to the Shinobi Academy. I plan to be Hokage. Plan, not want. As it is optional, I assumed my planning to do it implied I wanted to. That's a good point, but you've got to loosen up, Gaki. Put some emotion into your voice. Oh, it appears Aji-san has not relayed everything to you. My manner isn't a veneer of professionalism. This is simply how I am. I believe Aji-san calls it muted affect. I'm just not that expressive. Jiraiya frowned at that. How did that happen? Is it something that can be cured? Aji-san, in consultation with Inoichi Yamanaka, believe it was due to my ostracization in early childhood. It affected my development. Why, wow, they know. How did they know? They were never supposed to know. Let's speed this up, Gaki, I need to talk to Sensei. Naruto complied and the two raced across the rooftops until they reached the Hokage Tower. Naruto took the stairs, as normal, so was delayed. When he arrived, he heard Jiraiya shouting at his Aji-san and slipped into the office. He then put up a silencing barrier so no one else could hear. You have to have some suspects. Give me names, I will make them talk. I said no, Jiraiya, and that is final. I'm not a child anymore and I don't care about your title. Someone screwed with my godson and I will know who it is, and my face will be the last they see before I black them out. You're my godfather? How's that work? Naruto asked, unbothered by the large amount of killing intent being thrown around by the powerful shinobi. Both men turned to see Naruto standing by the door and themselves surrounded by a barrier they hadn't noticed. Shit, yeah, Gaki. You're named after a character in my first book, Tale of an Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. You parents requested I look after you. I'm sorry I wasn't here, Naruto, it was not because I didn't want to be. Initially, I was only supposed to be gone for a few years to strengthen my spy network, but incidents kept arising and to keep the village safe I needed to be on the move. I truly regret I had to make such a decision and you paid for it. Is all that true, Aji-san? It is, Naruto-kun. Then we're fine. Besides, I don't feel like I need to be fixed. I know I'm not like everyone else, but I'm okay with that. Jiraiya considered Naruto. The boy so easily forgave his absence and accepted himself. It was impressive. Okay, I'll leave it for now, but I do want names, Sensei. Now, that's out the way, Gaki, how did you create this seal? Every time I thought I was close it seemed to change. Jiraiya said, retrieving the encrypted message. It's a tri-level seal with the top array scrambling the composition if you took too long to deactivate it. No, Gaki, that can't be possible. I've seen scripts meant to scramble seals, those elements are tricky to pull apart, but I've got enough experience to do so. And multi-tiered sealing is rare, incredibly rare. It is possible because I did it. It was its on array and it worked on each the other two levels individually. You had to undo that array. Not wanting to call his godson a liar, Jiraiya pressed on. Okay, so what were the other two levels? The second was a 5-point locking seal, the first was a 2-point. Stop. Gaki, even and odd number seals interfere with each other. Was this a trick? Can this even be opened? Naruto quirked his right eyebrow at Jiraiya. Hiruzen saw it and interceded. Naruto, unseal the message, please. The Uzumaki nodded and took apart all 3 layers of the seal, easy since he designed it, and showed the message to Jiraiya. Even if you manage to decrypt this, bring your ass back anyway. Hiruzen, smiley face. Jiraiya was confused and not at all amused by his sensei's little joke. None of it made sense, the kid was flouting long-held Fuinjutsu rules. There must be a mistake and Naruto was just confused. Hiruzen saw Jiraiya's skepticism and wanted to avoid any unpleasantness. Naruto-kun, show Jiraiya how you crafted and created the seal. Naruto nodded and then looked around for an empty, flat surface. He saw an end table in the corner, beside his Aji-san and brought it to the front of his Aji-san's desk, between the 2 chairs. Naruto unsealed a calligraphy brush from his mass storage bead and began to draw an intricate seal. Jiraiya watched fondly, recalling how Kushina enjoyed the process of actually drawing seals. Minato preferred to memorize every detail so he could materialize it through chakra writing. It was a study in contrast, as it was likely one of the few areas where she was slow and deliberate, whereas Minato was about speed. It took less than 2 minutes for Naruto to be done, the signal being when he pumped chakra into the newly created seal. Sit down and place your hand on the seal. Pump some chakra into it and don't fight the feedback. Naruto said neutrally. Jiraiya remained skeptical but did as was requested. Jiraiya immediately felt chakra invade his system but resisted the urge to dispel it. Moments later he saw what he could only describe as a black screen. Until Naruto started speaking about his seal. Then Jiraiya saw an illustration of each array and how Naruto linked them. The Toad Sage's head was spinning. Never had he seen a seal like the one Naruto used to explain the seal that had stumped him. The kid was throwing out advancements like it was an everyday thing, as if he didn't understand how revolutionary creating a process to merge even and odd seals really were. After seeing the encryption seal put together, Jiraiya couldn't find the words. His godson was a genius and potentially didn't know it. It took a moment but he found his tongue and spoke. Hey, Gaki, how about you get out of here but we grab some dinner tonight? I find that acceptable. Bye, Aji-san. Later, Aerodana. Hiruzen belly laughed at the nickname and Naruto was gone before Jiraiya could even respond. Forgetting that issue, for now, Jiraiya turned to his sensei. He's a genius. In disbelief. I'm aware. Hiruzen said dryly. Sakura Haruno was not experiencing the shinobi career she thought she'd have, even this early on. While she didn't plan to have grand adventures, yet, she certainly didn't think she'd spend her days doing chores. She hadn't gotten any closer to Sasuke-kun. Her sensei hasn't taught her anything. And she spends much of the day sore because some sadist works her to the bone at 5 a.m. If she had to rank her displeasure, her morning sessions would top the list. It isn't just that the exercises are hard, as she can admit she hadn't taken the physical aspects as seriously as she should have and needed to catch up to her teammates. But they are taxing. Naruto's morning run has him moving from trees to running on water, then the ground and back, full out, and no breaks for an hour. She didn't even know you could walk on water. She was too embarrassed to ask Naruto to teach her, so she had to modify the run. But that gets at why she dislikes the workout. It was arrogant of her, but she really never thought much of Naruto. He made an awkward attempt to befriend her around the time she was finally getting accepted, so she spurned him. His grades and constant scolding of Iruka-sensei was proof she was correct to do so. Even when those things changed, she hadn't changed her opinion. Being assigned on a team with him, she just knew she was the all-around better ninja, even if he were better at the practical stuff. She looked down on him. And yet, when asked by Kakashi, Naruto didn't hesitate to help her train, to share his training with her. He was stronger and smarter than she'd realized via the conversations they'd share. Once she stopped trying to put Naruto in a box, she found him to blunt but sincere and supportive. She wasn't exactly overflowing with friends as she and Ino had a falling out over their mutual crush. She missed having that kind of support and it shames her to think she gave up on having it because she feared alienation. Sakura never considered herself shallow or easily swayed by a crowd, but she had to reconsider that, had to reconsider a lot of things. If her rejection of Naruto was due to the flimsiest of reasons, then what else in her life had she grown attached to only for her motivations to be puddle deep? Her crush of Sasuke-kun? Her reason for being a kunoichi? Without even trying, Naruto was making her ask some really hard questions and she didn't want to do that. She wanted to be the smartest kunoichi in class and the second most useful on the team. She wanted to crush on Sasuke with zero complications or questions. Her intellect wouldn't allow her to, though. Not even Inner could force the questions down, sometimes being the one pressing Sakura to answer them. As she made her way to the barbecue restaurant the rookies agreed to meet, she welcomed the distraction. Distraction from being sore, tired, and unfulfilled. Distractions from her having to ask herself what kind of kunoichi did she want to be and how would she achieve it. It was a lot to be placed on the shoulders of a 12-year-old and Sakura didn't know who to turn to. Kakashi-sensei was aloof. She often wondered if he actively disliked them all. As the thoughts spun in her head, Sakura hadn't realized she'd made it until her destination, not until a familiar voice ripped her out of her reverie. "Hey, Forward, over here." Sakura looked up to see Team 8 and 10 already seated. She didn't bother to call Ino a pig in retaliation, choosing to just walk over and take a seat. She was too sore and too confused to trade barbs today, something Ino noticed. "Sakura, what's wrong with you? Years of misspent youth coming back to haunt me," she said, and several at the table looked confused, signaling she needed to explain further. "Kakashi-sensei felt my conditioning wasn't where it should be, so he's had me working out with Naruto at 5 in the morning. Troublesome," the Nara said, summarizing the general opinion on that revelation. "Sakura-san, you said you train with Naruto at such an hour because of your current fitness. I recall Naruto being one of the more physically fit members of our class, so why must he start so early? Naruto-kun works out that early anyway. I'm assuming Kakashi-sensei simply had Sakura-san join what Naruto-kun was already doing." "What Hinata said. Where's the rest of your?" Kiba asked. "Sasuke-kun didn't want to attend. Naruto left with an umbu after Kakashi-sensei dismissed us." This perked Ino right up. "Oh, I sense prime gossip material. Give us details." "It isn't nice to gossip about our friends, Ino-chan," Hinata said calmly. Ino paled at the Hyuga-Erasa's words. "Why, you know what, you're right, Hinata. I was just curious and all." Silly old Ino, being too curious again. Her reaction confused much of the table, but the server arrived to take orders, so the pre-teens were distracted. As the afternoon continued to pass, the rookie genin spoke about their teams. Team 8 is happy to be with Kurane and believe they will develop well. Team 10 likes Asuma, but Ino thinks he's a bit lazy. When the meal reached its conclusion, the rookies parted ways, except Ino and Sakura. Though they may not be on the best of terms, they do know each other, so Sakura couldn't miss Ino being so weird in certain moments, normally in a reaction to Hinata. She wanted to get to the bottom of this, so she pulled the blonde into an alley. Ino didn't seem amused at being handled by Sakura. "Ino, what's going on?" Sakura asked with genuine concern. Ino debated playing dumb or denying anything was wrong, but realized her former best friend was reaching out and she could use an objective perspective. "I messed up. The day of our genin exams, Naruto came into the flower shop. I figured I'd mess with him for so boldly propositioning me, flirt a little to fluster him. At some point, I said we were friends and he should call me Ino-chan. I didn't really mean it. He might be a good backup plan, but I really was just screwing with him in retaliation. Well, he got the better of me and I won't go into that. The next morning Hinata approaches with a homemade bento and hugs me. Before I can even let the confusion of that set in, she threatens me. Said since I told Naruto we were friends I better act like it or she'd ruin my pretty face. Then the little psycho kisses me on the forehead, gives me the bento and leaves. I don't think it's psychotic to protect your friend from being played with. That did not come from Sakura. Oh, my precious face, Ino thought. Sakura just stood rimrod straight as the voice was directly behind her. But I can understand why you might be confused. That's okay, it just means we aren't good enough friends yet, Ino-chan. I hope to change that in the near future. Would you like to change that in the future with me? Oh, of course, Hinata. Excellent. I hope you two have a good night, bye. You're screwed, piggy. Sakura said after Hinata left. The rational and the irrational warred within her. She knew what she was feeling was incorrect, but that didn't change anything. Being back here. In this village, in this office. She just wanted to flee. To drink and gamble and forget. The losses, the failures, forget it all. She just wanted to be numb and lost. The air in this room felt thick and heavy. It's so good to see you again, Tsunade-chan. I feared I'd depart from this world before I could. Hiruzen said, hugging his former student. The gesture relaxed Tsunade as she returned the hug. I'm sorry, sensei. It's really hard to be here. I know, dear, I know. But I would not have brought you back without good reason. I know you still have your hemophobia, but Inoichi has agreed to work with you while you set up your training program and whatever else you would like at the hospital. Where is Shizuan? At the estate getting settled in. Now, where is this prodigy that is going to change medical technology for generations to come? He'll be here shortly. Tsunade, the boy is as talented as I said, likely more so, but he does have a unique manner. He took over Mito's burden, Tsunade. And someone leaked it to the villagers. From a very early age he was made into a figure of fear and disdain, it affected him. He can be blunt and straightforward, but it is never with the intention of being rude, more so he is overly earnest. He can also come off as unfeeling, that is also untrue. He doesn't process his emotions like others, but he does have them. So, if he does something offense, please don't fly off the handle. Explain it and he'll amend his behavior. I never really thought about who would have to do that after Kushina died. What's his name? Uzumaki Naruto. Don't freak out. I truly didn't believe you'd come back and stay, because you would have had to stay here. Could you have truly taken care of him? Sandaime-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and Naruto-kun are here. Thank the sage. Send them in. The godfather and godson pair walked into a tense situation. Naruto laid eyes on Tsunade and thought she might be the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, and given he thought most kunoichi were attractive, that was saying something. Not really taking heed of the vibe within the room, Naruto spoke. I understand why you based your porn on her, Arodana. What? Tsunade yelled. We're all going to die / I'm going to die were the thoughts of the Sandaime and the Toad Sage respectively. Naruto was thoroughly confused. His Aji-san and Arodana both looked as if they were in mortal peril. Add to that Tsunade was muttering to herself that she shouldn't kill people on her first day back. He agreed, she really shouldn't, but he was confused as to why she'd want to. Was it the porn thing? Maybe she thought it was salacious? Or was just offended in general? He'd have to clear this up. It wouldn't be right for others to pay because he said something inappropriate. The two adult males stood awaiting their impending doom. The Umbu were hiding and had yet to intercede on their Hokage's behalf. None were ashamed. They would happily take a kunao or exploding tag for their Hokage, but an irate Tsunade Senju is beyond their mandate. Literally. It is written in the Umbu operations manual and has been since she was 12. All gasped when they saw Naruto reach out and grab Tsunade's hand, assuming it'd be the end of the boy. He showed such promise. I'm sorry if I offended, Tsunade-san. In Jiraiya's books he portrayed the character based on you as an otherworldly, ethereal beauty. I assumed he was exaggerating. To find he may have undersold it was surprising, and I spoke bluntly. I apologize for my words. And just like that, the storm of killing intent snapped, and Tsunade even had a tinge of pink in her cheeks. She ran her fingers through Naruto's hair playfully while smiling at the smaller blonde. Hiruzen and Jiraiya had only ever seen two people able to snap Tsunade out of an impending rage, Naruto and Den. To see someone else brave impending doom and quell her fury with a few words was shocking. "Oh, I wasn't mad at you, Naruto. And what you said was very sweet, thank you," she said, pinching his cheek, not realizing they were sensitive due to the whisker marks. Naruto hummed. It was a nice sensation, he had to admit. "But that doesn't get either of you off the hook, not entirely. However, that can wait. Naruto, Sensei showed me the seals you created using my Entaka Senju's book. What inspired you to make them? I trained a lot by myself during the academy, but I wasn't sure if I was improving as I had no way to measure it, at least not precisely. I wanted to have a baseline for my overall fitness as well as be able to track whatever progress I may or may not have been making. If I had a way to measure it, I still needed a way to see the data while protecting my privacy. Genjutsu are illusions, but more abstractly, it's a way for chakra to project information. Well, it is quite ingenious. One of the reasons Sensei called me back is he felt we could make significant medical breakthroughs by working together, and I agree. You may not be able to learn Iryujutsu, but I can help you with the academic side of medicine. Why can't I learn Iryujutsu? Jinchuriki tend to struggle with chakra control, and Iryujutsu requires very precise control even for our most basic techniques. Naruto nodded in understanding, but he wasn't sure why she thought that would apply to him. He began to stroke his chin and after a moment realized the issue. He turned to his Aji-san with a blank look on his face. You didn't tell her about my chakra network, did you? Hiruzen adopted an embarrassed look on his face. He had actually forgot about that. He didn't know how he could, seeing as he almost had a heart attack when Naruto originally showed it to him. You weren't supposed to just attach things to your entire chakra system. He kicked himself for not inquiring more into why Naruto wanted an autonomous clone. He assumed it was because the basic clone jutsu was out of his reach. He promised himself that day to not just assume things about his grandson. I forgot. Why not show her? Naruto nodded and slipped off his jacket and then his shirt. He fed chakra into the compressed seal located at the base of his spine. Instantly a visible outline of the human chakra circulatory system was on his skin. I created a supplementary chakra system to help ease the burden of my overly large capacity. I have the ability to gain whatever level of chakra control I'm willing to work for. I may not be able to do it now, but I can learn Iryujutsu. My status will not negatively affect me. Tsunade dashed toward Naruto, hands glowing, and she swiftly waved them across his body. Soon, the exam stopped and she looked awestruck. You figured it out? She asked. Hi. Figured what out? Jiraiya questioned. Tsunade turned to answer him. A supplementary chakra system isn't a new concept. The problem is it can impede the growth and development of your original because the stress and the strain we experience as we utilize chakra is directed toward the system. No one had figured out how to avoid this issue, so a truly workable version was never created. How did you figure it out, Naruto? I didn't think of it as one giant seal. Instead, I made 361 multi-layered seals and placed them on each of my tenketsu. That was tedious, but the hard part was figuring out the math for the pressure seal. You built an exemption for a certain level of stress on your system. Hi. Each time I used chakra, my tenketsu are stretched just as they normally would be for anyone else. My seals just bleed off the chakra that couldn't be managed by the individual tenketsu. Once a certain level of strain is reached, the pressure seal activates and the uncontrollable chakra is redirected. But the more chakra control I gain, the less I have to rely on the auxiliary system. The seal on the base of my spine operates as a control module and links each of the tenketsu seals to each other. You know, if you can do all of this with just the most basic of medical sciences, I'm sure I could turn you into a damn fine combat medic. I'm sure Shizen would enjoy having you as a koi. What do you say? Nope. He's going to be a toad summoner, not a slug. I'm going to teach him the ways of gallantry like I did for his father. Adventure, romance, and big damn hero shit. That's his future. Not being stuck in some library or treating acne. Did you just disrespect the medical field, Raya-kun? Jiraiya, once again, felt his end coming toward the horizon. No. No, I did not, and you didn't let me finish. I think Naruto learning from you is a great idea. I just didn't think with his present skill set he would be best served by being your student exclusively. While Jiraiya-kun is clearly lying, started the age Hokage, much to the chagrin of Jiraiya, he has a point. Thanks to Naruto-kun's mastery of the shadow clone jutsu, he can be in several places at once and the feedback won't negatively affect him. At a minimum, what level would Naruto-kun need to be really be of use to you, Tsunade-chan? B rank. How many clones can you make, Naruto? Like 10. Aji-san, currently, will only allow me to produce 30 at one time. I requested 50 dash. You told Tenzo you only needed 25 dash. I didn't know I'd be undertaking new areas of study either dash. Then you should have haggled more dash. Mean old man. Tsunade and Jiraiya watched the pair with a fond smile. It was the most animated they'd seen the blonde, and while it wasn't much, it did point to how close he was to their sensei. How many can you part with? I'd feel comfortable with 5. I have some projects that are really close, and Aji-san is going to be making a request of me soon. They heard the older man sigh. You're sometimes too observant for your own good, Naruto-kun. Hiruzen down at his wrist, the last gift anyone had ever gotten him, hours of study of one little boy. These are too useful, Naruto-kun. The reason I had you make Tsunade-chan a copy of the metric seal is because I knew she'd understand the applications. His looking at her signaled he wanted her to speak. If all of our patients had an easily accessible medical history, including known allergens, it could save time and thus save lives. If we could have a seal run our diagnostics and have the results in a projection, it's the same thing. The more time we have for treatment, the better treatment and care we can provide. It could also allows me to keep track of if my shinobi are training as diligently as they should be, among other things. I know what these mean to you and why outside of yourself only 2 other people have them, but I think it is time to start sharing your invention with your comrades. Of course, you'd be put on contract, so you stand to make a significant sum. I couldn't etch enough for even a quarter of the shinobi in the village. Hi, I know. I've secured a manufacturer for you. They can print the seals onto the beads and guarantee their quality. Much of our trademark seals aren't handcrafted by their creators, and your inheritance has been fattened by some of the royalties from your parents' intellectual property. Okay, Aji-san, I'll do it. I know I was being selfish not sharing, but can I get a couple of days? There are a few more I want to create by hand. After 2 days I'll go through the process so you start making them. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll have Jiraiya-kun introduce you to the quartermaster then, and from now on any other developments you have will go to her to start the approval process. But keep in mind, you don't have to turn over everything. It is within your rights and wise to hold some things back for your personal use. Hi, may I be excused? I'd like to get to work. Of course, my boy. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Tsunade-san. Same. Send your clones to the hospital at 9 a.m. tomorrow, okay? Hi. Bye Aerodana. Yeah, Gaki, I'll see you for dinner. Naruto nodded and took off. I'm still pretty pissed at both of you, even if the Gaki lessened it. But, sensei, I can weigh you not telling me against you allowing me to wander around unimpeded for so many years. You, however, have no such moderating facts to consider. Not even that my book was an ode to your ethereal beauty. Jiraiya said in his defense. I know you can't write that well, so if Naruto got that from your book, he reached the conclusion himself. However, I am in a better mood, so all flights on Air Tsunade have been grounded. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief prematurely. All trains are still leaving the station, though, she said before she blurred toward Jiraiya and slugged him in the chest. He didn't fly back or even move an inch. The entirety of the force of her punch was absorbed by his body. It hurts, so bad. He wheezed, his face a vision of agony. Also, Shizun and I will be joining you for dinner and you will be treating. And having no more to say, Tsunade left, a grin of satisfaction painted on her face. You village thanks you for taking that, Jiraiya. You truly are a man of gallantry. I hate you, Sensei. Hiruzen's chuckle was the response to Jiraiya's all-consuming pain. As Naruto walked through the village, he was creating a research plan for his various projects. He was close to a breakthrough on his suite of communication seals, but there was just something missing he couldn't quite put his finger on. He'd been attempting to create these since he completed the volumes on Fuinjutsu, but had stalled without more resources. The access to the archives, which he visits every day, along with his parents' works, has helped, but something was missing. He could create what he considered a radio seal that could project voice or even thought, but the range was too limited for what he wanted. Textual and visual weren't even that far. It was mildly frustrating because of how close he felt, how just one little insight or spark of inspiration could burst the dam. Then he could also complete his track and trace seal, one able to give the location of targets as well as project their discussions. A perfect tool for infiltrators. He could even create a self-destruct array so there would be no evidence. Another idea was a chakra radar, tied to his projection seal. Using the chakra signature of the bodies around it could give a map of the surrounding areas and prevent someone from walking into an ambush. A sensor seal for non-sensory ninja. He also pretty close on that one as well. Naruto had several similar support seals, but with his training under Tsunade-san, or Sensei now, he supposed, as well as him updating the defenses with Aerodana, he was going to be incredibly busy for the foreseeable future. He also had his own training to attend to, adding to his battle Fuinjutsu repertoire, his ninjutsu, spending time with his friends, finding time for his hobbies. He really should have pushed for those 50 clones. Trying to create a workable schedule, Naruto didn't notice a piglet running straight toward him nor taking a flying leap into his arms. He simply caught the small animal out of reflex. Taunton, you can't just jump at someone like that. What is wrong with you? A young woman said, running toward the pig now in Naruto's grasp. Naruto took a good look at the woman and thought she was really pretty in an understated way. Aerodana's book once described a character as a sexy librarian, and he thought it fit her well. Dark hair and eyes, delicate features, and conservatively dressed in a black, full-length kimono. I'm sorry, I don't know what she's doing, she said, taking the piglet back, much to its displeasure as it tried to nuzzle Naruto's chest. It's fine, sorry, I don't know your name. Shizun. Kato Shizun. Oh, Tsunade-san's student. Yes, how did you know? I didn't think it'd be common knowledge for one so young. I just met her in Aji-san's office about some Fuinjutsu work I did. Oh, that was you. Tsunade-sama was very impressed with your seals, Uzumaki Naruto, Shizun-san. She requested I work with and study under her for a brief period, said I would be your koi. Oh, so you're going to be her new apprentice? No, not exactly. It'll just help if I have a sufficient level of medical knowledge. Now, back to this little one. She's a very cute piglet. I guess that's what they mean by pets take after their owners. Naruto didn't notice the slight smile that formed on Shizun's lips at the compliment as he continued speaking, and if she has a sensitive nose she may have been after this. Naruto retrieves a baggie from his interior jacket pocket after unzipping it. It is trail mix featuring various dried fruits, seeds, and roasted acorns. Ah, Acorns are favorite, but she should know not to just pounce on someone. It's fine, she can have it if you want. I have plenty at home. Are you sure? Positive. Naruto replied, handing her the container. You're very kind, Naruto-kun. Maybe I'll see you around sometime. I'd like that, Shizun-sen, but I must be off. Have a nice day. You as well. Three adults stared at a small blonde in disbelief. He continued eating, unbothered by their looks. Besides, what he said was completely logical and followed Hinata's advice. He couldn't fathom he'd erred in some way. Naruto, I don't think you realize what you're saying. Tsunade finally spoke. She'd spent the night telling Naruto about their connection, how Kushina was chosen to follow her grandmother Mito due to her special chakra. While not blood-related, they were close, and Tsunade tried to look out for Kushina as best she could, missions and war permitting. When Tsunade finally left the village, Kushina was an established kunoichi and didn't need her anymore. Tsunade went on to say Naruto could call her Obake if he wanted. She didn't have a wide range of expected responses, but she doubted she could have ever predicted his response. I'm pretty clear on my meaning. If you'd like me to call you Obake, I can, but I feel my concerns are valid. That I may feel weird when you ask me out. As in date. Hi. That'll never happen, I'm much too old for you. Naruto just shrugged. Age ain't nothing but a number, throwing down ain't nothing be a thing. Tsunade frowned at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, this is your fault. I won't let him become a pervert because he's too trusting to ignore your influence. This isn't remotely my doing. The kid is just a natural. I'll have him a super pervert in no time. I will not allow it, Jiraiya. He's going to be respectful, not some deviant. Is that what makes someone a super pervert? Deviance. Yes, and a general lack of respect for women. Shizun added. Hey, I respect women. Then why do you peek on onsen? Inspiration. For your porn. Tsunade pointed out. Erotic literature. It lacks character development. Naruto said, and Jiraiya looked as if someone smacked him, and the women just laughed. Jiraiya was so used to certain types of criticism of his books that the simplest one that treated it as a literary work, and he fumbles. After that the foursome moved on to other topics, happily ignoring the moment of awkwardness that preceded it. You really asked out Tsunade Senju? Kakashi questioned in mild disbelief. I more so stated my intention to ask her out in the future, Hakate-sensei. How did she respond? She found the idea inappropriate due to the age difference. That's certainly a hurdle, but not unmanageable. And your clones are with her now studying the medical sciences. Hi. I also have 5 with Aerodana to learn the basis of our barrier defenses. And what are the rest doing? The other 10 I have are working on my personal projects. Leaving 10 free should I require them for something else. Good idea. Sensei, when can I stop running up this tree? Sakura screamed. Kakashi had been guilted into teaching his team basic chakra control by the other Jounin sensei. Luckily for him, Naruto already knew it and provided instruction. As the other two attempted, or succeeded in Sakura's case, to climb the trees, Kakashi shot the breeze with chibi, all the while developing and refining his plan. This will help increase your reserves and your stamina. Keep it up. But I've been running all morning because of Naruto. Kakashi looked at Naruto and he nodded. Keep running anyway, it's good for you. Besides, a lot of running required to be a ninja. His keen sense of hearing picked up the quiet curses and insults Sakura levied against him. He had half a mind to inform her that no, that couldn't possibly fit there. Ugh. Sasuke grunted as he hit the ground. Can't I just spar with one of you? This isn't going to make me stronger. Actually, Sasuke-kun, better chakra control can make you stronger. And faster and give you more stamina. It helps if you stay calm, Sasuke-san. Sasuke grunted and nodded before continuing on. Alright, Naruto, today we're going to be discussing vibes. Kakashi said, starting their daily lessons on gentleman perversion, not that Kakashi called it that. Vibes. Yes, vibes are important. Not only how to read the mood of a room but how to set a specific mood, how to curate an experience. Body language, mood lighting, and especially music are all instrumental in ascertaining and creating a vibe. Oh, like tales your body tells. I'm surprised you've read that, it's hard to come by. I haven't, Sai told me about it. The boy the Sandame wanted you to meet. Naruto nodded. Well, it would be good to learn about body language, so I'll score you a copy and have for you tomorrow. But for tonight's homework, I want you to take this. Kakashi handed Naruto a storage scroll. Sealed are several albums of various types. I want you to listen to them, not necessarily all the way through, and write down how they make you feel and what sorts of things you could to the music. Does it make you want to be active or relaxed? Does it make you want to dance? I don't know how to dance. You need to learn it. It'll even help with your taijutsu, as dancing is often done with a partner, and it will train you to read and react to their movements intuitively. The thing about dancing, it isn't a thinking activity. You have to flow from movement to movement. Kakashi saw Naruto stroking his chin, a sign he was thinking deeply about the lessons. Who knew teaching could actually be fun? I could ask Hinata-chan, I'm sure she'd help me learn. You could, but don't you have another little friend? Maybe she could help. Ino-chan? Yes. Ask Ino-chan for help. Kakashi watched as Naruto was thinking again. What's on your mind, Naruto? Well, since she may be helping me, I was wondering what I could do for her in exchange. While it is good to be fair-minded, Naruto, when you phrase things as transactions or deals, it can feel cold. Tell her it is in appreciation, it is effectively the same . But presentation matters because intention matters. Hinata-chan helped me with that. Yes, excellent. Now, you run along. I'll keep these two here for a bit longer before sending them home for the day. Hi, bye, Hatake-sensei. Naruto was content to leave a little early. He'd gotten the memories from some of his clones, they'd finished one of the fun bracelets, and now would be a perfect time to deliver it. Hinata and he could track the other due to the tracker seals within one of the beads, and he was reasonably sure Yui-sensei would still be with her. Naruto wasted no time getting there, even getting a little shunshin practice along the way. As luck would have it, when he arrived to his destination, Hinata-chan and Yui-sensei were alone. That was preferable. While he didn't mind Shino, Kiba had become increasingly antagonistic once he started losing to Naruto repeatedly. Nothing overly mean, but Kiba simply worked from the framework of competition, and while Naruto enjoyed and thrived on pushing himself, he didn't feel the need to prove it in everything all the time. It was trying and disappointing, as he found Kiba, otherwise, a solid person. He simply couldn't deal with his vibe. Naruto cracked the briefest of smiles at his internal joke before heading over. He didn't announce himself. He suspected Yui-sensei was a censor, her being the leader of a tracking team additional proof, and Hinata-chan had all-seeing eyes. He simply made his way over and heard as the two seemed to be wrapping up some talk. Hi, Naruto-kun. Hello, Hinata-chan, Yui-sensei. Hello, Uzumaki-kun. What brings you here today? I wanted to give you something, Naruto said before retrieving the bracelet. It was black, but each bead had a phase of the moon itself being red. Naruto handed her the new piece of shinobi jewelry and briefly went over how to use it. I appreciate this, Uzumaki-kun, but why are you giving it to me? I didn't think you planned to make many. Multiple reasons. Aji-san requested I submit the designs to be produced for the village, but I wanted a few people to have the ones I've made personally. You, because you were always kind and patient with me and even offered advice when your mission was just to aid Hinata-chan. I appreciated, and Yui-sense. Thank you, he said and supplied a small bow. Kurane smiled at the blonde. Before she could respond to his explanation, Asuma arrived, cigarette in mouth and a bit of a smirk. "Hey, Gaki, I don't have to worry about some new competition, do I?" he said, and while the cadence was of a joke, his eyes were showing a similar emotion Naruto had seen from the Jounin before. His Aji-san had introduced him to much of his clan, even Asuma and Kono-chan. For whatever reason, Asuma didn't seem to like him, but it felt more pointed. He had yet to happen on the right word for it, but it was almost always there. Normally, he ignored it. For some reason, it sparked something. He didn't understand what. He'd never felt this before, but he had the sense of what Asuma wasn't saying. The silent, "You wouldn't be much competition even if you tried," as if Naruto would be utterly unappealing to Yui-sensei. As if it would be laughable to even consider, as if he would be 12 for the rest of his life. That spark started to burn a little hotter, a little brighter. He may only be 12 and shorter than his classmates, but he was a certified seal master. What had Asuma ever mastered? Other than living in his father's shadow? Being a smug prick? Naruto found the silent dismissal galling. Something inside of him simply couldn't ignore it. Couldn't let it go or move past it. The challenge, the condescension, the aspersion had been laid down, and Uzumaki Naruto would prove himself worthy of the first, above the second, and able to reply in kind to the third. Naruto met the Jounin's gaze, his eyes unknowingly fierce. His voice as even as always, only Hinata could hear the thread of unshakable confidence in the short reply. "Yes," was all he said, but it was Asuma's turn to hear the silent message, a wavelength shared only by men of a high enough caliber. Asuma slid in on a legacy admission. But he still could hear it as clear as if the boy had shouted it. "And I'll take her from you too, Databia." Kurane, in the immediate aftermath, would laugh it off as a joke, knowing Naruto was capable of really dry humor. Asuma would only dismiss it as the misplaced arrogance of a young boy. It would take years before either realized how wrong they were. On a busy trafficway, a silver-haired Jounin face deep in a book and a self-proclaimed super pervert hiding just outside an onsen would both be filled with great pride and knew it was due to Naruto. Naruto sat under one of Konoha's numerous trees, enjoying the shade and the gentle breeze. It was a warm day. Konoha days tended to be, but wind offered a cooling effect. He had his face turned upward, but his eyes were closed. It'd been a very busy 3 months. He trained daily, of course, except for Sundays. He'd had some additions to his regimen, at the suggestion of Tsunade-sensei and Arodana. Tsunade-sensei recommended he do reaction time drills and gave him several examples, as evasion and quick thinking were paramount for combat medics. She also gave him a few more chakra control exercises, such as weapon balancing and underwater propulsion. Shizune-senpai was kind enough to demonstrate that exercise while wearing a 2-piece bikini. It was a good day, as far as the blonde was concerned. He even enjoyed the medical training, as the book work was challenging but not unmanageable. Although organic chemistry was the devil. Tsunade and Shizune agreed. Thanks to his clones, his knowledge and chakra control had progressed quickly enough that he was about ready to start shadowing other medics and learning advanced jutsu like the mystical palm and chakra scalpels. So far, he could only do really basic things. Arodana would train with him a few times a week. He helped Naruto learn how to suppress his large chakra signature as well as other techniques to improve his stealth. He also got Naruto used to fighting stronger, faster and more experienced opponents. Even free of his seals, he found it difficult to get clean hits on the Toad Sage. Arodana had also been sharing some of his sealing knowledge and specialization. He thought the fire suppression seal was amazing in its potential, and it had inspired Naruto to create a new technique in conjunction with something else Arodana taught him, summoning. Naruto loved being a summoner, loved the toads. He'd always liked animals but was never in a position to have a pet. But summons were great, you could treat them like friends and it wasn't weird because they could actually talk back. He'd usually summon Gamakaki and Gamatatsu a few times a week just to talk and hang out, even introducing them to Hinata-chan and Sai. He didn't think Ino-chan would take to them, yet. Arodana told him not to attempt to summon any of the larger toads yet, that he'd clear some time so they could do it someplace remote. Naruto agreed, but there were so many to meet that not being able to summon the big three was no big deal. He'd never had so many sparring partners. Hatake-sensei kept up with what Naruto was calling his soft skills training. He had to admit, while not exactly what he was expecting, Hatake-sensei was a genius instructor. He wouldn't necessarily spell things out, but if you really dug into his lessons, they often branched into many facets of being a shinobi. As Naruto learned to dance from Ino-chan and apply those lessons, he got what Hatake-sensei meant. His taijutsu was formally good, but his thinking had been too rigid. But now, he was learning, slowly, to adapt to his opponent's rhythm, to their flow, and use it against them. What Naruto didn't know, and what Kakashi would never have the heart to tell him, was that the blonde simply took more out of Kakashi's pervert lessons than the man ever intended. When he said dancing could help with taijutsu, he was simply doing with Naruto what he had just done with Sasuke, give an abstract but acceptable benefit to an exercise he assumed his charge wouldn't want to undertake. Kakashi assumed that Naruto, like most boys, wouldn't want to learn to dance for the sake of dancing. He underestimated Naruto in that aspect and had set the boy on the path of being an eventual taijutsu beast. Maybe one even good enough to beat Guy's clone. Naruto even received a few tips on genjutsu theory from Yui-sensei. She said it was in thanks of the fun bracelet and the pencil sketch Naruto made of her stored in her storage bead. It really helped him with another seal he was creating, one nearing completion. It wasn't all just training, as Naruto made time for his friends. Outside of their usual spars, Hinata-chan and he would take walks, or he would watch her decimate cinnamon rolls. He found it cute as she was so often reserved. He hung out with Sai several more times, and even got some ninjutsu out of it. Sai said his master appreciated Naruto befriending his charge, so he gave him 2 futon jutsu and 1 doton, but it was an incredibly useful one. Sai's master, Danzo-san, even challenged Naruto to learn the jutsu and the first exercise of wind nature transformation without the aid of clones. He had managed it, but it did take a few weeks to truly master the exercise. However, it made learning the jutsu pretty easy, so it was time well spent. When alone, Naruto practiced cutting other things with just his chakra, such as logs or rocks. It would practice on speed, size of the cut, and amount of power generated. It was really good chakra control. If not sparring, Sai and he would often talk about their mutual interests of art and self-help books. It was nice to find someone who had read as many as Naruto had, and the boys would share insights into people and their weird behavior. Naruto even introduced Sai to Hinata-chan and Ino-chan. The 4 hadn't really gotten to hang out together. Ino-chan always seemed tense around Hinata-chan for some reason. Naruto assumed it was because the 2 kunoichi weren't particularly good friends, and he resolved to make sure they spent more time together. In appreciation for Ino-chan teaching him how to dance, Naruto agreed to go shopping with his fellow blonde. She seemed surprised when he agreed, but he really didn't get the big deal. No, shopping wasn't that interesting to him, but Ino-chan could be quite engaging about the topic of fashion. Naruto would listen intently, asking questions every now and again, but generally just let her speak. She made sure he had a lot of casual and formal off-duty wear, as no friend of hers was going to be a fashion tragedy. It was good he was receiving pay for his fun bracelets and his other seal work, as the price of clothing climbed rather rapidly. It was a unique experience for the Uzumaki, to see Shinobi gush about his creation but never knowing it was him that created it. It was only made available for Umbu and select Jounin. Knowing the value of the seals, his Aji-san wouldn't clear anyone to possess if they hadn't been cleared by TNI. Naruto thought it wise, but had included ways to remotely disable or destroy the seals if they ever got into enemy hands. And given that each bracelet was biometrically coded to the individual owner, they were fairly secure. Naruto was creating a system for the hospital to allow for instant access to medical histories, but hadn't been too pressed to complete it. Tsunade-sensei was having her staff undergo the same process as the hospital was an ideal location for information gathering. By the time everyone was cleared, he was confident he'd have the arrays ready to be installed and the individual beads to be given to the medical staff. Naruto's life was full. He hadn't realized how lonely he once felt until all the additional people in his life took it away. Just thinking about it brought a small smile to his face. As he sat under the tall tree and enjoyed the shade and the breeze, his companion was starting to stir. Naruto was actually on a mission to retrieve Tora, the supposed demon cat. Naruto didn't think the feline was so bad, she just didn't like her freedom being taken away. He assumed she'd likely return home when she was ready if her owner would just be patient. He found the kitty an hour ago. Sasuke was the lead for the mission and stated they should split up to cover more ground. It didn't take long for Naruto to find her, but he had no intention of getting scratched to hell, so he made a deal with her. If she stayed with him, he wouldn't take her back until his teammates found them. She seemed to understand and didn't run off. They had shared his lunch and he'd even put a temperature control seal on her collar, one similar to what he installed in the kitchen at Ichiraku ramen stand. Then, they just drifted off for a midday nap. But now Tora was awake and Naruto assumed it was because she sensed something or someone approaching. The cat had good senses, as it was Hatake-sensei who appeared first, orange book in hand. Sasuke and Sakura arrived soon after, both looking irate. Sasuke was the one to give voice to their displeasure. "If you found that stupid cat, why didn't you alert us?" "Because I made a deal with her and that would have violated it." "Well, the spirit of it." "You can't make a deal with a cat, Naruto baka," Sakura said. She just didn't understand her teammate or how he thought. "I can, and I did. Besides, if we had done what every other team did, Tora would have fought us. This way she comes along peacefully, and if we ever get this mission again, she knows we're fair." Sasuke, too, was often frustrated or annoyed with his teammate. Unlike most people that annoyed Sasuke, it wasn't because Naruto crowded him or was useless. He was skilled, Sasuke could admit that. He would also answer any questions the lone Uchiha had, but his bluntness reminded Sasuke of Itake's dismissiveness, and it would scratch at an old wound. It was also the case that Naruto thought nothing like Sasuke, but was often either outright correct or had a strong enough point the Uchiha, who was used to the binary of either right or wrong, couldn't counter it. Naruto was maddening. But what really chapped Sasuke's ass, he wasn't the favorite. It was petty, he realized that. He shunned attention daily and had done so for years. But a part of him assumed he'd be Kakashi's favorite, that even while being difficult he'd be the one that Kakashi would give extra lessons to. And yes, Kakashi had taught him an additional Katon Jutsu when he hadn't taught either Sakura or Naruto one, but he could tell Kakashi wasn't as engaged as he was when teaching Naruto social skills. Add to that the glut of insipid deer ranks, and Sasuke was nearing something of a breaking point. "Let's just end this stupid mission," Sasuke finally said. Naruto didn't respond, instead simply picking Tora up as he stood up and started walking toward the Hokage Tower. Tora would occasionally rub her head against his whisker marks as he scratched gently underneath her chin. Some part of Sakura found it cute, another couldn't get over the 2F# king hours she spent looking for the little beast. Team 7 made good time to the tower and were allowed immediate entrance to the Hokage. The venerable leader was finishing some paperwork, so only caught the tail end of Naruto speaking. "And if you ever run into a piglet wearing pearls, that's Tonton. She's really cool, you two should hang out. Meow. Naruto, pay attention." Iruka-sensei bellowed from the left side of the room. Naruto just kept petting Tora. Team 7 reporting in and returning 1 Tora, Hokage-sama. "Good, Kakashi-kun. Iruka-kun, could you retrieve Madame Shijimai?" "Hi, Hokage-sama." Iruka exited the room for a moment and returned promptly with the daimyo's wife. The woman made quite the entrance, exclaiming loudly, "Tora-chan!" as she strutted in the room. As she approached Naruto, Ready to give Tora her customary death hug, she stopped at the sight of eyes as blue and hair as yellow of only one other person she knew of. She may give off the feeling of being vacuous. There was a reason she was a wife and not some side bitch. She turned to the Hokage, much of the joy gone from her face as she gentle took Tora from Naruto. Hiruzen, we will be speaking about this. The aged Hokage saw how she looked at Naruto and knew what the discussion would entail. Most everyone else, excluding Kakashi and Naruto, were confused by the woman's sudden change in mood as they had brought her stupid cat back. Madame Shijimai exited the office and he decided to move on lest unwanted questions started getting asked. Well, congratulations Team 7 on a successful mission. Now, what else will we be undertaking today? I believe my team is ready for a C rank, Hokage-sama. Kakashi spoke. He got the sense Iruka was going to protest, so he pinned the Chunin with a quick glare. Concern was one thing, coddling was another. Are you sure, Kakashi-kun? Hi. It's time for me to make my final decision on whether or not this will be my team. A standard C rank should be an adequate measure to see if they have what it takes. I agree, Iruka, please retrieve Tajuna-san. As fast as last time, Iruka left and returned with their client. Is this my protection? A cyclops and 3 brats? Look at yellow-haired one, he doesn't even seem all there in the head and is the size of an imp. Tajuna couldn't understand how wrong and ironic his words were. As he spewed his insults, Naruto was blazing through seal elements, having activated his projection seal. The goal? The first ever seal to make someone bitch slap themselves. He was nailing down the connections to the cerebral cortex when he heard his Aji-san speak. Naruto, stop it, now. Naruto disengaged the projection and faced his Aji-san, not understanding how the man knew what he was thinking. He wondered if it were some sort of jutsu, an Aji-san jutsu. Truthfully, Inoichi had counseled Hiruzen to look for signs Naruto was getting frustrated or angry, as he may not always verbalize it. Hiruzen had and knew the beginning signs Naruto was angry was when he quirked an eyebrow. If the annoyance progressed, he would stroke one of his spiky bangs. Hiruzen didn't know what came after that and didn't much want to. Tajuna, be at the East Gate in 2 hours, thank you. The Hokage said, and the man recognized the dismissal for what it was and left. Hiruzen handed Kakashi the mission scroll and he looked it over quickly. This is a protection mission, pack for about a month and meet me at the East Gate in 2 hours. The team departed, all 3 excited for their first real ninja mission. The team arrived at the gate, as did the client, during their scheduled time. They departed in the most basic formation, Sasuke in front, Naruto and Sakura to either side and Kakashi in back, head in his ika-ika. It was rather tranquil, the only sounds being the short conversation between Sakura and Tajuna-san. Eventually, the team came toward a puddle. Naruto never really paid attention to weather patterns, but he knew a derivative of the false surrounding jutsu when he saw it. It was mentioned in several of the genjutsu guides and books he read, as well as one Yui-sensei demonstrated for him. He turned his head slightly to make the smallest eye contact with Hatake-sensei and he saw his sensei give a small nod. Naruto told himself not to tense, as that would give the impending ninja a sign they'd been made. He made sure to keep his breathing normal. Awaiting an ambush was a unique experience he wouldn't really recommend. While he had tags prepared that could disrupt it, if those ninja weren't actually there for them, then he started an unnecessary fight. If they were there, then he could cost them much needed intelligence, and since Hatake-sensei hadn't made a move, Naruto could only conclude he was to let this play out. He didn't like it, though. His instincts were of one that laid the trap, not someone that knowingly sprung a trap. Soon they passed the puddle and 2 shinobi leapt out of it, both wearing gauntlets with a chain attached to it. The chain wrapped around Kakashi and seemingly killed the jounin. Sakura screamed, Sasuke got into his taijutsu stance and Naruto had his eskrima sticks out and at the ready. One down. One of the duo spoke before they made a beeline toward Tajuna. Sasuke took to the air, landing a spin kick on one of the shinobi with enough force to send them stumbling back into a tree. He then threw a kunai, pinning the chain to a tree. The tag team had no choice but to uncouple themselves. During this exchange Naruto had gotten closer to the action but not much. His heart was racing and he could feel the effects of endorphins flooding his body due to his first taste of real combat. But he forced himself to remain focused. Now that the two could move freely, it complicated and simplified matters. They must have been better when attacking in tandem, so Sasuke did, presumably, decrease their overall effectiveness. He also introduced a host of new variables. Naruto watched the two men. If they chose to both attack Sasuke, he was close enough, he believed, to intercede. If one came after Tazuna, then he was prepared to set a trap and then help Sasuke. It all depended on these next moments. He felt his grip tighten on his sticks. Whatever path he chose, he'd have to commit to. One of the duo ran past Sasuke, while the other continued to engage. This was it. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet. Creating a two-layer seal through his feet was difficult but manageable, as he'd practiced it and had his clones do the same. It was going to be a simple paralysis and chakra restraint seal, with a cloaking array thrown in so the enemy ninja wouldn't realize it. Naruto waited patiently as the man approached, the distance between them shortening by the millisecond. What Naruto had not planned for was Sasuke knocking his opponent down with a hard kick and deciding to go after the one charging toward their client, taking it on himself to save Naruto from freezing up. When he ran in between Naruto and the oncoming ninja, he set off the seal, not even managing to finish whatever barb he was saying. He also blocked Naruto's path, slowing any attempted dash to the man preparing to stab Sasuke through the heart. It was at that point Kakashi interceded, grabbing the man by the neck and revealing he had the other ninja in a similar hold. He smiled at his genin and then excused himself. About 5 minutes later he returned. Sasuke was scowling at Naruto, who looked on impassively. Tazuna looked panicked when Kakashi ordered him to explain. The man then told the team his story, how he was wanted by an international criminal, how his bridge would free his people, and how he was desperate for help. Kakashi decided to let his team choose whether or not they would continue. Sasuke emphatically stated he wanted to go. Sakura, while not confident, agreed. His third student remained quiet, thumb and index finger on his chin. "What are you thinking, Naruto? This isn't really a bodyguard mission anymore." Kakashi began in interest, explain. "We're going to a hostile territory with our opposition on the lookout for us. This is more an infiltration, Hatake-sensei." "That's a very interesting point. And how would that change things?" "I don't know, I need information from the package," Naruto said, and then created a clone to go speak to Tazuna. "One problem, Hatake-sensei, is that any shinobi will know we are a genin squad. We have to change that." Kakashi nodded, and in the background could hear Chibi's clone questioning Tazuna about the travel plans into Wave, the boatman's name, and how the man generally interacts with him. Kakashi had an inkling what Naruto was planning but wanted to hear him out. "You would suggest we each get out of our shinobi clothes and take off our headbands?" "Hi. Anything with a clan crest, anything ninja related would tip off whoever is waiting for us." "Do we know?" "No, both of the demon brothers had a suicide pill on their mouths. We know whoever it is, scares them enough to prefer suicide to betrayal." "Now read this statement," Tazuna-san the clone requested, and now Kakashi definitely knew what Naruto was planning. "You three start getting changed into something believably civilian," Kakashi ordered. He didn't want to miss the climax. "I don't have any civilian clothes, Kakashi." "Do you have a rain cloak?" "Hi. Then put that on, Sasuke." His students exited to the trees to change their clothes as Kakashi still watched the clone interact with Tazuna. The clone requested Tazuna sit down, and the man complied, taking residence on a stump. The clone then positioned Tazuna's head with his chin slightly raised. And without warning or preamble, the clone shot out a lightning-fast jab to set chin and knocked the man out. Tajuna was in a prisoner transport scroll before he knew what hit him. That as an expert slumping, clone-kun. Now, let me see it. The clone obeyed and hunged into Tajuna and even said a short passage in his voice. Kakashi smiled at how clever Chibi could be, turning the client into a package and walking into Nami with no one the wiser. It was simple, but the plan contained layers. With Naruto's seal mastery, he could fortify the bridge and the bridge builder's house. What was once a weakness is now a strength. With his henge abilities, Naruto could bait the enemy shinobi to attack when they were prepared for it. As long as Team 7 got to Tajuna home, they were in a strong position to set the terms of engagement. And while this rested on Naruto's unique set of skills, they were his skills and he planned to use them beautifully. Kakashi wondered if he should start giving Naruto some umbu scenarios to run through just to see how he'd respond. His train of thought was broken when the kids returned, except instead of a blonde, a pinkette and a Suzuki, he now had an auburn redhead, and 2 ravenettes. He was also, decidedly down a boy, as Chibi was now a grey midriff wearing, dark-haired girl. The eyes were the same, the whisker marks seemed to be covered over with foundation and her hair were in 2 pigtails going down her back. Sensei, do you want a seal to change your hair, too? Sure, Naruto. Is this the sexy jutsu? Hi. It has almost no chakra cost once I transform, so it shouldn't be noticeable to any but the best censors. Naruto said in a decidedly feminine, pre-adolescent voice as she walked over and gave him a seal. Kakashi applied it to the top of his head and thought about what he wanted as he channeled chakra into the seal. Soon, his trademark silver hair was black as well as stringy. He simply brushed it back with his hand and then made his way to the forest to change. Once he returned, he had a simple blue shirt and black pants. Like the kids, he swapped out his shinobi sandals for a pair of regular ones he kept sealed. Apparently Naruto kept multiple pairs in case he had to henge into people of various sizes. Once he checked them over, they made haste toward the coast. During the travel, Kakashi critiqued their performance. He felt Naruto should not have waited for the second demon brother to make a move. It wasn't a bad tactic, but it was one that used his teammate as bait, and with his ability with shadow clones there was reason to do so. He also felt Suzuki should have had more confidence in his teammate. Especially don't try to quip when he was ruining a perfectly good trap. He admonished all 3 of them for not being prepared for a third opponent, though Naruto pointed out he knew Kakashi was watching. Right before they reached the boatman, Naruto made a clone and hunged it into Tajuna. The ride over was quiet, the man obviously scared and was more than happy to see them depart from him. With the clone dispelled, the foursome walked toward Tajuna's. There was a tense moment for Kakashi. He felt himself being watched but didn't allow it to change his body language. Any hint he knew someone was there could ruin the entire play, and this was the most crucial part of it. The onlooker, or lookers, let them be, and Team 7 made it to Tajuna's. Naruto unsealed the drunk so he could verify they were there to protect him. It was late evening by the time they arrived and most everyone was tired. It was fortunate Naruto was not, as he was going to have a long night ahead of him. By the time everyone was settling in for the night, the once again blonde boy began creating his security measures for the house and had 2 5-member teams of clones doing so for the surrounding area and the bridge. Kakashi may have appeared to be asleep, but he was wide awake running scenarios, plans and counter-plans. Truthfully, if not for Chibi speaking up, Kakashi would have walked Tajuna right into an ambush under the belief he could handle it. Cocky. Yes. Irresponsible. Definitely. And that was never how he ran umbu missions. He was methodical, logical, and efficient. It shamed him that his student had to put him in the right frame of mind if said student was the chosen one and destined to do all kinds of unbelievable things as he led men into a new era. He digressed. There was a problem, an army of bandits and an unknown number of missing ninja. Kakashi needed information, and the best way to do that was to put Tajuna in harm's way. Tomorrow was going to be the opening move of the real game. Kakashi was ready, he only hoped his team would be as well. The demon of the mist was starting to grow impatient. He's been waiting for the bridge builder to return, or the very least the demon brothers. It could be the man was still hiding in Konoha, but Zabuza just had a feeling that wasn't the case. He didn't want to kidnap the man's family to draw him out, but he needed to move things along. He hated working for scum like Gato, hated being a missing nin. This was the fabled final job, the one last score that would allow him to charge back to Kiri and kill Yagura. He was getting too edgy, anticipating too much. It was a bad place to be, you jump at everything and no longer distinguish between a real threat and a nuisance. He hoped Haku would have better luck, having been ordered to watch the bridge just in case. He just needed eyes on the old man, just one clear shot. Zabuza turned swiftly when he heard someone traveling through the trees. They were moving fast, their landings light. He wasn't a chakra sensor, but his other senses were highly trained. Given the sound and the speed, he assumed it was Haku, but soon all travel stopped, but something was sailing through the air. Zabuza caught the item with ease, Haku's Hunter Nin mask. On the back of the mask was a short note, the first sentence making Zabuza shake with fury. "We have Haku." The note demanded he show up at the bridge at midnight to negotiate Haku's release. He would never be brought so low for a tool. Instead, he'd slaughter everyone there and then go to the old man's house and kill him and his entire family. Whoever these ninja were, they'd learn demons don't bargain. 4 hours previous to the delivery of the note, Kakashi watched as their captive and bargaining chip was made comfortable. She'd been knocked unconscious thanks to one of Naruto's seals. Kakashi didn't know the name, but the effect was something not to be ignored. The girl thought she had escaped the blast radius, only to be violently pulled back before jettisoned forward. Naruto said she didn't have whiplash but did take a nasty bump on the head. She was good, only a seal that could read chakra capacity gave her away and the trap was sprung before she could ever put up a real fight. They now had the advantage. Kakashi sincerely doubted she was working alone, but he'd have to get that information out of her to confirm. Whoever she worked for, assuming she did, had just gotten their attack force reduced and were on the back foot. Assassins were hunters, they were used to choosing where and when. It wasn't natural for them to be on the defensive. Once she awoke, Kakashi sent everyone out of the room. It didn't take long to get what he needed, the sharingan was just a handy tool in situations like these. But the aftermath, her being so broken for having betrayed her Zabuza-sama, didn't fill him with pride. True, this way would mean she was more than likely to survive, but there is living and there is being alive. Kakashi knows that better than most. For years he was simply alive, the death he sought avoided him at every turn. He doesn't know if he's started living again, but he knows he isn't where he was. He briefed his team on the new information. They needed to know they were up against a genuine Kiri Hardman. This wasn't a game, this wasn't a time where mistakes could be tolerated. Perfection was an unreasonable standard, and yet it would be needed. Kakashi was confident he could take on the demon of the hidden mist, but things happened, no outcome was guaranteed. Being at the mercy of a fresh genin some months ago retaught that lesson. He informed them Naruto would be delivering the message via a clone. It would not risk any of them and give the boy a chance to try out an early version of his track and trace seal. Naruto designed the receiver seal on the spot and Kakashi assigned Sakura to listen in, and the clone would keep a visual on Zabuza's location. 2 hours after the note was delivered, Kakashi was contacted, via the communication seal Naruto gave the entire team. "Big dog, this is Spiral 1, over." The beauty of the seal is the wearer didn't have to speak but simply think their message. The range was limited, which is why Naruto felt it wasn't complete, but it was an upgrade to the standard radios. "I copy Spiral 1, over. I've got a visual on Zabuza Gato and 2 Hachetmen, over. I've got Cherry Bomb listening in, over. Requesting permission to neutralize all parties, over." And there it was. His chibi was asking for the green light. Even if said chibi was a clone, Naruto would have to live through the act. The request made sense, Zabuza was in an enclosed space with Gato. He knew Naruto had a barrier that could end them. Could he make his sensei's son first kill be in cold blood? An assassination? Naruto wasn't a cold person. His weapons of choice could disarm, could cause a lot of damage but were not designed for killing. Neither was his taijutsu. The kid came up with an idea to avoid fighting. He wasn't a killer. But Zabuza was. A merciless one at that. Had Kakashi's earlier admonishment of Naruto putting his teammates at risk caused an overcorrection? Or was this just an acknowledgement of opportunity? He had no time to figure it out and ultimately it couldn't matter. Should Kakashi give the order? He may protect Tajuna until Gato's men rebel and they have a disorganized riot of bandits to deal with. His negotiation with Zabuza might bear fruit. And ultimately, killing Gato when he hasn't attacked them is beyond their mandate. He had his answer. Negative, Spiral 1, over. Understood, big dog. New orders. Over. Follow Gato, attempt to get a seal on him, too. I have a feeling he might have his own plans. Don't overdo it and don't be seen. Over. Understood, big dog. Over and out. Kakashi released a sigh. This kid's made things too intense for his money. He quickly looked at the time, it was just 3 p.m. There was a lot of time left before he was to meet Zabuza. Kakashi had a feeling his midnight meeting would decide the success or failure of this mission and that didn't sit well with him, at all. 12:05 a.m. Tajuna's unnamed bridge. Hey, take Kakashi. The demon of the mist spoke, blatant edge to his voice. Where is Haku? Ma, Zabuza-kun. She is safe and now under the protection of Konoha for the duration of our negotiation. Bad way to start, not bringing her. Couldn't risk you getting rambunctious before we've spoken. She's a valuable tool but not that valuable and won't stop me from killing you, hey take. What do you want? I want to know why two professionals such as ourselves are getting played by some small town crook and alcoholic bridge builder. 3:10 p.m., 6 hours and 50 minutes before meet with Zabuza, Tajuna's house, kitchen. Team 7 sat around Tsunami's kitchen table, Kakashi at the head, Naruto on one side while Sakura was on the other. Suzuki sat at the opposite end facing Kakashi. We've got some time before I meet Zabuza and I wanted to have a brief team meeting. If you have any questions or concerns voice them now. If we have his partner why just attack him since he's the threat? All four of us could take him, Kakashi. Suzuki observed. Why don't one of you tell me? True, we could likely take Zabuza, I'm confident I could defeat him myself though it'd be difficult. However, not enough to deter me should it need to happen so why take this option? What do you think, Sakura? We don't have enough information. She asked back. Yes, that is true. While I am fairly sure Haku was the last of Zabuza's support, the pair are not the totality of Gato's forces. We don't know how many there are, where they are stationed or what they comprise of. Are they just thugs? Former samurai? This is important but as a ninja you often don't have perfect information and waiting for the time you do can cause your mission to fail. Risk is inherent in this line of work, it can only be minimized so much. Naruto, what do you think? We have a four-party conflict presenting itself as a two-party conflict. And who would the four interested parties be? Nominally, Tajuna and Gato. But you and Zabuza would be the two hidden ones. Exactly. It is easy to think of this as us, representing Tajuna, vs. Zabuza who represents Gato. But Zabuza's loyalty is only to the extent of his pay and I not only have to try to complete the mission but do so in such a way that doesn't harm Konoha's short or long-term interests either, namely protecting you three. This means Zabuza could be useful if I play this right. Tajuna's bridge, 12:07 a.m. What are you playing at, Kakashi? Zabuza growled. I'm sure Gato told you why he needed the bridge builder clipped. Yes, it threatens his business. This massive, bi-coastal bridge. The one thing that could harm his business, and it somehow manages to build to near completion before he stops it? Either he's incompetent or he's lying. Yup. The bridge is the last hope of the residents. They believe it will free them, but if Gato has the muscle to claim an island, he can manage a bridge. You killing Tajuna more or less after he finishes breaks the will of the people. Come on now, how did Tajuna's drunken self get out of Nami under a shipping magnate and smuggler's watch? Maybe he thinks I'll kill you. Tajuna finishes the bridge and the people cheer, only to be further oppressed. On the other hand, you kill me and he lays all of this at your feet. A third option is we either kill or exhaust each other and he comes and cleans us up. It's an interesting theory, but that rat wouldn't cross me. Betrayal works best that way. 3:45 p.m. nearing Nami's daimyo mansion. Gato had not been enthused by his talk with Zabuza. The man dared to think he could set the timetable and completely disregard what he, Gato, thought. When he was cutting the checks. When he was the one in control. It made his blood boil, the arrogance of that muscle head. Little better than a beast of burden, and thought he could speak down to an accomplished businessman. Gato would continue to rant and rave until he was suddenly and most unpleasantly interrupted. Before he could make sense of anything, Gato found himself on his back looking toward the sky. Then he was yanked up, as if he weighed nothing. Gato finally put eyes on the person that dared to manhandle him. A boy, teen really, brown hair and black eyes. Taller than Gato but not by much, and wore a yellow shirt and blue pants. The boy seemed panicked. Oh, geez. I'm sorry about that, oh geez. You see what you did? A taller, older, and balding man in a white robe and brown pants said. I let you pick, you say you get to pick every 10th time, and you see. This is why you can't be in control, you run into people and get us into all kinds of shit. Why you've been riding my ass since we left, you haven't even given this a chance. The teen said before slapping at the older man. You wanna go? We can go. The man said as he started tussling with the boy in earnest. Waraji and Zara eventually put a stop to it and tell the, Gato assumed, grandfather and grandson pair on their way. Gato continued on to his mansion even more annoyed than he was. The grandfather and grandson had slinked off to an alley and was soon joined by a third party. Did you do it? Spiral 1 asked. Hi, said Spiral 2 with Spiral 3 nodding. The first clone shunshined away to continue his job of surveilling Gato. The second clone activated his communication seal. Spiral 2 to Cherry Bomb, do you copy? This is Cherry Bomb, Spiral 2, I copy. I tagged Gato and his 2 guards. Channel, 2, 3 and 4 respectively. Over. I'll switch now. Over. Continuing surveillance, Spiral 3 and I will take the muscle should they leave. Over and out. As Sakura remained vigilant listening to any salient information, Suzuki and Kakashi were resting. The day would be long and rest was a premium, especially if Kakashi was going to need to use his sharingan. A clone of Naruto's was helping Tsunami around the house, as a guest should. The original was sitting in a spare bedroom holding a snow rabbit observing Haku. She was clearly in pain, but she would confess her physical pain barely merited a mention compared to her emotional distress. She looked broken, utterly broken. Kill me, she whispered. I have no value to you, I am simply a broken tool, so I also have no value to Zabuza-sama. When she heard the boy walk toward her, a traitorous part of her flinched, a pesky will to survive that was unbefitting a tool and a betrayer. She forced herself to relax, to the best of her abilities, as her back was incredibly sore. She heard the boy move deliberately, she didn't bother to make eye contact as she just wanted it over. Closer and closer he walked, until she could feel his body heat. He moved his hand to her right arm and pinched her, hard. Ow! she exclaimed as he sat back down. Why did you do that? I've never, not once, heard a kunao shout in pain. We've established you are not a tool and as such, killing you because you are broken is a fundamentally flawed argument. You're wrong, that's exactly what I am. I have no more purpose, I have no reason to live. What purpose was so significant that to fail it means you should die? Naruto decided to ignore the tool talk, she seemed committed to it. For the first time Haku made contact with the boy. To protect the person that saved me, my sole precious person. Zabuza isn't dead. I've still put him at risk, I've failed in my duty. What greater shame is there? I've never felt ashamed before but I've seen it. My Aji-san had to explain it to me. He has to explain a lot of that stuff to me. Anyway, I remind my villagers of a tragic day. They ostracize me because of it and have for as long as I can remember. For most of my life they looked at me in fear and apprehension. It changed in the last 2 years and I didn't understand it, hence asking my Aji-san. Most people would likely rank mistreating a child as one of the worst things you can do and yet my villagers did that. However, their reasons started to falter and it created cognitive dissonance. If they didn't find a way to stay angry at me they may have to acknowledge me as what I truly am and then acknowledge what their actions make them. Haku was so absorbed in her story that she forgot about her own shame for a moment. Do you hate them? No. They are trapped and can't face themselves. If I were what they said I was but changed they'd likely accept me more as it would have proven them right. But, they can't redeem me because I don't need it. They want to rid themselves of the burdens they carry but the process scares them. I think, objectively that's sad though I don't feel sad for them. Why would you tell me this? Because shame is an acknowledgement that, for whatever reason, you failed at something and failed yourself. But failure is rarely the end of things. My best friend once called me a proud failure because I never let setbacks stop me from trying. This is different. Maybe. But even still, your precious person is still alive and there is more than one way to protect someone. Haku was starting to get annoyed at the emotionless boy. Well, my way is to assure Zabuza-sama can achieve his ambition but if he has to rescue me I'm only in the way. What's his ambition? To overthrow Yagura, the Mizukage. The man that started the bloodline purges, the man that made people fear those with bloodlines, the one that, he's a monster and Zabuza-sama wants to usurp him but that takes resources. It's only the two of you. Yes, if the demon brothers are gone. You can't fight a rebellion with 2 people. We'd raise an army. Oh, so he has contacts in Kiri. Not that I'm aware of. All the people he had died against Yagura, except the demon brothers. So, he takes missions with the intent to return to Kiri, raise an army of people with little connection to him and kill a sitting cage. Yes. She said heatedly, not likely this boy criticizing Zabuza. Sounds like you aren't the only one ashamed. Haku went wide-eyed at the boy's pronouncement. She dedicated herself to protecting Zabuza-sama, ensuring he'd eventually return to Kiri and save it. But if he truly was forestalling his return then she'd failed entirely. She really was useless. What's your bunny's name? What? Why couldn't he let her break down in peace? Your bunny, what is his name? Chappa. Do you think Zabuza needs the same kind of protection Chappa does? Are you mocking me? Not intentionally, no. Naruto said looking at Haku unblinkingly. What is your point? In Konoha we believe in the will of fire, the idea that everyone in the village is family and everyone looks after everyone else. That didn't seem to apply to you. You can't judge a method by a single outcome, Haku-san. When Aji-san was telling me what a Hokage did he said he had the ultimate job of protecting Konoha and passing on the will of fire. I was confused for a while after that talk. He sits in the office most days, how is he protecting anything? Eventually, I realized there are 3 types of protection: taking someone's burden, sharing someone's burden, and preparing them to face their burdens. Aji-san could do the first one for major threats but mostly did the latter too. Including allowing an orphan to not think he'd always be an outsider's unable to understand those around him. And which one does Zabuza-sama need? I couldn't possibly know, I don't know him. But it'd take more than a tool to figure it out. Naruto sat Chappa down and unsealed a jar from his mass storage seal. This ointment is a pain reliever. If you have trouble putting it on, let me know and I can help. Hentai. Haku yelled and Naruto looked confused. I'd only see your lower back. Are lower backs titillating? Can you have a lower back fetish? I'll have to ask OJ-san about that. He really wasn't specific. Naruto said, mostly to himself as Haku watched on in disbelief. The boy was odd. Anyway, I'm training in the medical arts, so this would be a form of treatment, not an attempt to ogle you. I'm fine, boys your age get ideas. You're the one talking about lower back fetishes. Naruto said in confusion. He grew even more confused when the kunoichi laughed as he exited. Haku opened the jar of medicinal cream and rubbed on her back with great effort, but she bore it all the same. Within minutes the cream had taken effect and she felt good enough to move to the bed. She picked up her faithful companion and thought deeply by the perplexing blonde's words. Had she been mistaken about what Zabuza-sama truly needed? Did he need more than a tool? If so, what was it and how could she become it? She'd circle around these thoughts until she drifted off. 12:10 a.m., Tajuna's Bridge. You still haven't told me what you want, Kakashi. To procure your services. It shouldn't be too hard to make Gato disappear. Then you can take what he was going to pay you and be on your merry way. Back out of a contract? Just because I'm a missing ninja doesn't mean I have no honor. Besides, your bingo book bounty would be a nice bonus. Ma, that assumes you'd be alive to claim it. Do you really want Gato's men to kill you because you exhausted yourself fighting me? Unless, that's exactly what you want. 3:57 p.m. Gato's hideout / Nami's daimyo mansion. Waraji, Zora, how would you characterize our men? Gato asked. Fodder, mostly, Zora spoke. I'd estimate 10 are solid but still a cut below us, why? Waraji asked. I don't trust Zabuza can get to the bridge builder. He was supposed to be on the lookout for that drunk pest's return, but somehow the man managed to get back and Zabuza didn't even know. And he was alone today. What happened to the other 3 members? Dead, most likely. Or captured. Zabuza did say he would meet the other ninja on the bridge. Waraji answered. If they are captured, he's compromised and may turn on me. And with the attention of a ninja village, we're going to need to go underground, but not before I extract my pound of flesh. What are you planning, boss? Zora asked. I want you to get the men ready, have most go to the bridge. Tell them to handle the ninja and blow the bridge. Have our best go to Tajuna's. Kill him, kills his family. And what about us? Waraji questioned. As soon as they move out, we're going to get on my ship and get out of here. I hate to lose territory, but I've broken Nami once, I can break it again. The 2 bodyguards left the mansion, each going to a separate complex where Gato stored his men. Neither realized they had a tail. Back at Tajuna's, Sakura informed Kakashi of the developments and he hummed in satisfaction. Kakashi thought he'd need to spur Gato on to betray Zabuza, but it appeared the man was rather distrusting and cowardly. He could make use of this, but he had no intention of fighting an army of bandits. He could do it, but putting forth that much effort wasn't cool. Besides, he had Chibi here and he was confident the blonde could come up with something. Sakura, get the real Naruto and have him come here. Oh, great, more ways to avoid fighting. Suzuki scoffed. You say something, Suzuki-chan. The Uchiha bristled. We aren't going to get stronger if we don't challenge ourselves, Kakashi. And by challenge you mean open combat with an unknown number of enemies. No physical descriptions. Not even a word on their locations yet. We could take them. Possibly. But could we do it and avoid innocent bystanders? Do we know if they have hostages? Have they rigged their barracks to blow? Your challenges will come, Sasuke. The Uchiha scowled. He hated how useless he's felt this entire mission. Intellectually he can attest to Kakashi's approach, but it is one that leaves him with little to do. He can't get real experience if he doesn't fight, he certainly can't awaken his sharingan. As Sasuke was getting lost in his thoughts, Naruto walked in. You wanted to see me, Hatake-sensei. Yes, I need to ask you something, but first, did Sakura fill you in on what Gato plans to do? The boy nodded. Good, good. Is there a way to tag each of Gato's men, without them knowing it, so we can activate it once they get to the bridge? Naruto thought about this and then squinted. You would like me to create a seal that implants other seals on people without their knowledge? Maybe put it in the main exits, like a barrier that doesn't impede them but can chakra write a seal in thin air. Kakashi sweat drop at the summation. He guessed it did sound ridiculous once laid out. A trap seal would be fine, except there was a chance they'd miss some of them and he wanted to avoid that if possible. Did you hear me, Hatake-sensei? I'm sorry, lost to my thoughts. What did you say? I said it might take an hour if I don't rush it. Wait, you can actually do this? Naruto looked at him blankly. I outlined the elements, sensei. A barrier, placed on the exits that can chakra right. Well, it'd be more like a replicator array. A cloaking layer so it goes unseen. Multiple triggers, maybe pressure and body heat? At the bare minimum, what must the effect be, sensei? I just need something that won't allow them to flee or attack. Yes, I believe I can accomplish this. I'll be outside if you need me. Sasuke watched the interaction but didn't get the significance of what he'd heard. It was only Kakashi's question that clued Sasuke in that Naruto may have done something impressive. He knew his teammate used Fuinjutsu, a rare skill set, but because it was so rare it was hard to gauge when something was truly a demonstration of skill or if it just looked that way to the ignorant. Kakashi, how good is Naruto at Fuinjutsu? Kakashi formed an eye smile. You'll have to ask him yourself. Elsewhere, a small boy watched as Naruto settled onto the dock of the pond near Tajuna's. The boy had been experienced a whirlwind of emotions when his grandfather informed him he was leaving to purchase the aid of real-life ninja. Inari hadn't held out much hope, he hadn't felt hope in years. His hero died and no one lifted a hand. To his small mind that must have meant Gato was simply too powerful. His father had tried to do the impossible. What were a few ninja going to do that an entire village couldn't? He'd held firm on that belief even when the ninja arrived. They didn't look that impressive, most of them weren't much older than him. What were some kids going to do? What could they do? He started to feel angry. At them for giving his mother and grandfather false hope. At the adults for believing in some weirdo Cyclops and his children. But he wouldn't explode, not yet. They'd show themselves to be inadequate and he'd tell his grandfather it was always a bad idea. But then, something amazing happened. Inari watched as one of the kids, the blonde, made copies of himself. Copies that could walk and talk and think all on their own. Then he watched the blondes paint these weird symbols outside of the house and then made it emit a glow. The blonde made another painting, on paper, and then had the entire family place their thumbs on the symbol. Inari felt something pass over him. It was cold and hot at the same time. Once that was done, the boy explained they were now safe, that no one but the family and his team could come in without being allowed to. Inari saw something he hadn't seen in years. His mother relaxed. As if years of tension had melted away, the blonde assured his mother she was safe and she believed him. And as much as he hated it, Inari believed him, too. He then watched as the team had ways of communicating without actually speaking and could transform to look and sound just like his grandpa. They even caught an enemy ninja. Overthrowing Gato didn't seem so impossible now. Hope battled the tragedy-induced pessimism Inari had wrapped himself up in since his father's death. He stopped believing in heroes, but his young mind couldn't discount what he'd seen. It was magic as far as he was concerned. Real-life magic. He wanted to talk to the fellow boy, to understand how he was strong and unafraid of Gato. He wanted to know a great many things, but he decided to wait and watch. They hadn't truly saved his grandfather yet. Naruto knew he had watchers but worked diligently. His self-imposed deadline was fast approaching and he didn't want any unnecessary delays. The seal, as he told Hatake-sensei, would at its most basic be a barrier. A simple one that could allow passage if the creator so chose. Naruto then added various arrays to the barrier level, not only the tag that would be applied to Gato's men but the replicator and discharge arrays that would actually apply it to the skin, as well as a cloaking seal inside the tags so they aren't visible even when applied. That took the longest, as instead of doing a multi-layer seal for that part, he did a multifactorial array all on one level. This, to Naruto's mind, is what Fuinjutsu so complicated. Most people tried for really complex multifactorial seals. Every seal is a collection of arrays, but some have been worked out enough to essentially function as one. No one needs to think about the ignition and combustion parts of an exploding tag, it's been standardized too long for that. But adding an exploding tag array into other arrays means you have to compensate for the various elements, sometimes making certain aspects less efficient so it could coexist with others. Seal masters understand how to get around this issue, but it does take time. Multi-tiered sealing allowed for dedicated arrays to function as they should, with the translation happening after the function took place. More people didn't do it, Naruto was told by Jiraiya, because the theory was so underdeveloped and seemed magnitudes harder than the multifactorial method. The second tier would act as the activation trigger, pressure and body temperature with a tracker array so multiple targets could be identified and tagged at the same time. The last tier would be the most experimental of the three. One of the jutsu Naruto learned was the Earth style, subterranean voyage. He thought incorporating that ability to merge with solid surfaces would do well with his funbeads, especially once he figured out his information system seals. Once Naruto had drawn out the seals on separate scrolls, Naruto layered them and then performed a series of hand signs. The three individual seals merged into one and then compressed into something new. The compression sealing jutsu was an Uzumaki original and one that they shared with the larger sealing community. Naruto activated his projection seal as he looked at his work and contacted the relevant parties. Spiral 1, 2, and 3, this is Spiral Prime, copy. This is Spiral 1, I copy. Spiral 2 here, I copy. Spiral 3, copy. Activate projection seals and memorize what you see. Big Dog wants them on every exit of Gato's and his army's complex. Over. We applying these to our spare funbeads? Over. Hi, you are. Spiral Prime, over and out. The three shadow clones memorized the details of the tri-level seal, taking a moment to pull it apart. They had orders, but new Fuinjutsu was presented to them and they had see what it did. Once they did, each summoned a number of blank funbeads from the mass storage seal and applied the compressed seal via chakra. Each clone would infuse a little chakra into the beads before tossing them into various door frames and watched as the bead sunk before he was no longer visible. The process should have been harder, but Gato's men were so arrogant they didn't believe anyone would actually attack them, so they had no guards. Gato, however, simply had sent his guards away and was unprotected. It took not even 5 minutes to set up the barriers and the clones were back to their hiding spots before anyone knew. They settled back in, ready to surveil their targets until told otherwise. Back on the pier, the original Naruto had unsealed a cylindrical pillow and propped his head up. He was in need of a nap. He'd been a little keyed up, not that anyone knew, and hadn't slept well. The last seal was taxing on his tired mind, so he thought a nice nap by the water would be justified. He was asleep as soon as he had hit the pillow. Inari went back to the house when he saw Naruto fall asleep. Haku, with Chappa, watched the boy that had thrown her world in such disarray. The boy that so easily made her question much of her reality, her place in Zabuza's life and her very identity. She was confused and wanted a way to dismiss his words. But she would return to his story, about the villagers that couldn't face themselves, so they continued to blame him. She didn't want to do that. She wasn't a coward. She was a two. The thought ended abruptly as Haku rubbed her arm where Naruto pinched her. Was she still a tool? Should she had ever been one? Could Zabuza-sama have already achieved his dream had she been better? Or simply more? Something other than a thing in need of orders? If she had her own will, if she were acknowledged as an equal, would Zabuza-sama be more confident? Was his delays her fault? She didn't like those thoughts, hated feeling unsure. Her feet moved toward Naruto. He looked so different asleep. Peaceful and so young. Some part of her wanted to strangle the life out of him for implanting such doubts in her head. She crouched down and debated. He was a bad, evil boy, and his master made her betray Zabuza-sama. She had every right to hate them. Even if he knew pain like hers. Even if he had tried to care for her and even made her laugh. But would killing him help Zabuza-sama? Is that enough reason to do it? Did she want to kill this boy? When was the last time she asked herself what she wanted? It'd been too long, at least for anything important. She was so tired and confused. Who was she? What was she? Her eyes burned. She wanted to be outside her head. She didn't know. She didn't know anything. It scared her, to not know. The future felt open and shrouded. Her exhaustion, physically and emotionally, took over. She settled in beside Naruto. Chappy and she could hate Naruto after a nap. 12:15 a.m. Tajuna's bridge. Gato's men had arrived just as they'd been ordered to do. The two ninja weren't fighting, simply talking. This wasn't the plan, they were supposed to exhaust each other first. Some of the men didn't care and believed their numbers would be enough. Others, having heard stories about shinobi, were less confident. All were on edge, their nerves running away from them. One man had an arrow knocked, but his arm was starting to tire. Then, in the background, an explosion was heard. It startled the man so much he shot his arrow. The projectile tore through the sky and all took it as the signal, but they waited, hoping the two shinobi would be distracted as well. Maybe the arrow would kill one of them, improving their odds even more. It was hard to track in the night, but many strained their eyes just to get a glimpse. It neared the two ninja, growing ever closer, and then it struck the ground, 20 feet from either target. I guess you were right, Kakashi. I've got some vermin to slay. Zabuza growled as he unleashed his killing intent. Kakashi simply channeled some chakra to a seal he had wrapped around his wrist. Zabuza was confused when he heard the men yelling and what sounded like numerous collisions. He ran toward the cowards that would dare double-cross him, just to see dozens of men struggling to break apart from each other. They were in a massive dogpile, all shouting to be free. Some had been impaled on their weapons, others injured as they were tossed into another person. The first part of Naruto's trap was an attraction seal. Each seal would be attracted to everyone like it within a certain range, and with such great force none of the men could fight it. Kakashi soon tired of their shouts of pain and distress, deciding to activate level 2. Soon, the bridge and the surrounding areas were quiet as Naruto's knockout array worked perfectly. This ended just how Kakashi liked, with bare minimum effort so he could still look cool. Zabuza could only summarize his current state in one way. What the fuck just happened? Elsewhere, Gato was terrified. He couldn't even bluster nor beg, his mind wouldn't form the words. His bodyguards and he were on their way to his ship, cash in tow. 20 feet from the ship's dock they watched as it exploded. Then, from the darkness these metal things flew and pierced Waraji and Zoro in their arms and legs. The men were down but their cries of pain were silenced when a swift kick to each of their heads. When Gato saw who prevented his escape, he realized it was a mere child. He was set to yell at the little punk because a chop to the back of his neck ended it. Moments later he was tied up with his men, who had been thoroughly disarmed and they were being drugged like carcasses. It was over, he knew it. No amount of begging would save him. If his men found out he was going to abandon them they'd turn on him as well. His life was over. At Tajuna's, Sakura, Naruto, and Haku watched as 10 men were knocked out in a ball of human flesh. Sakura was amazed at the seal, having been given the controls. Haku, too, was impressed and wondered what the blonde's limits were. She was also thankful. He seemed to prefer no lethal means as she may be far worse off than she was. Naruto marveled at the tea. It was really good tea. He made note to ask Tsunami-san about it. Some might be surprised by his focus but truthfully, seals were easy. Good tea, now that's hard. It wouldn't be morning until Tajuna and his family were informed Gato had been captured. Inari would round up the villagers, all willing to dispense justice on the tyrant. The danger had been neutralized but Team 7 had to wait for the bridge to be finished. None seemed to mind. It may be boring from that point on but how many people could say they managed to liberate a country in 2 days? Kakashi was pleased with the actions of his team, though Sasuke choosing to fight instead of using the seal was a little worrying. He knew before he took the mission he was going to keep them but this made him all the more confident in his decision. And best of all, the thing that stood out the most? Chibi got an enemy Kunoichi to snuggle with him. He truly was the one.